leaders coming from abroad here to do some presentation or some panel discussions, and we are exploring the theme of innovative mobility, building a driverless future. As you know, the Autonomous Vehicle Day is normally May 34th. So the US National Autonomous Vehicle Day is May 31st every year, annually. And this year we have a good reason not to do it at that date. First of all, it was a Saturday. Second, we have some exciting ribbon cutting event coming up soon. After this event this week, you will hear a lot today about this and from Ned Ford and his team. Well, now we are here in Jacksonville again, the third time in a row. And I'm honored to co-sponsor this event together with JTA, with Guident and JTA together. Well, we started the whole thing with the first event, very small group, maybe a third of this venue here in Boca Raton at the Boca Raton Innovation Campus. That was 2022. There we started it and see how it has grown over the years with actually two premier events with leaders and executives and decision makers from different kind of industries. So when we look around, then of course we see the public and government sector. We need technology and the infrastructure providers. We see also vehicle manufacturers and equipment manufacturers, energy and smart solutions for charging, and we see also now academia here with us. So I'm very happy to see a lot of familiar faces, and I see also a lot of new faces. And to this point, for the newcomers, some statistics. We had to cap the registration this year to 400, and that was coming up from last year's 250. So it's really a good step up. Sponsors grew from 10 to 14, and demonstrations and exhibitors, they go slightly from 7 to 9. So, and we have, as every year, a live broadcast. Last year there were 223 participants globally, and I hope that we can close to double that number this time, because we made a lot of good marketing efforts to do that. It is also noteworthy that this year we are not at the test and learn facilities where we were 2 years before. This time we are at the Jacksonville Convention Center, but that is, of course, just across the street from a very innovative Autonomous Innovation Center, AIC. I hope you visited that this morning and had a chance to experience what's happening there. There was recently a ribbon cutting. There's another ribbon cutting coming up. It looks like Ned Ford is into ribbon cutting these days, yeah. So he likes that, and hopefully we had the chance, to talk more about what you saw there. As every year, so some very short remarks because I have only a few minutes. Over the years, we have seen a rapid growth in autonomous vehicle and the deployment of such. So we were talking a couple of years ago, here is something, there something, like a little puzzle all over the world. But now we have seen that this is really gaining momentum, the autonomous shuttles of any footprint, and it turns into what a couple of years ago seemed a futuristic approach, but now it's turning into a safer and really a good, sustainable reality. I talked last year about the blue ocean of opportunities which we are swimming in. Well, the blue ocean is getting crowded, right, which is a good sign, and it's a vibrant, interesting, impressive space to be in for us and the industry to make something happen together. I don't see myself as a competitor to anybody, so we are creating the industry. We, as we heard and talked about last year, I want us to put into a mindset that we are all co-founders. So when you go into this today's conference, please put into your mind, we are all co-founders of an industry. We are creating an industry here, and we're making big steps towards that direction. Ned and I invite you today during that conference. So we spend a lot of time together, and it's costly, I know, from that what I'm seeing here. There's a lot of intellectual power here on the table. Ned and I invite you today to seize the opportunity in first to collaborate with each other, second, learn from each other, and third, innovate together and inspire one another. That is, I think, a very important topic for today. So you are all co-founders. Let's collaborate, learn, let's innovate and inspire each other. And that would be a good theme for today. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm really overwhelmed when I saw the first Autonomous Vehicle Day and see what happened to it today. So thank you very much for all coming. And I would like to also put a special thanks to the organizing committee from AV Americas together with the JTE team and the Guident team. So thanks very much for doing that. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, team. So far, so good. Let's see what I'm saying at the closing section of it. So it's now my distinct pleasure to introduce who has been all the time a visionary leader and driving force in the industry. And please welcome me on stage Ned Ford, and I'm sure he will have some good things to say. Ned, all yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. On behalf of the Jacksonville Transportation Authority, it's my pleasure to welcome you to our annual National Autonomous Vehicle Day Conference. Each year, we convene the best and brightest minds in this ever-evolving autonomous vehicle mobility space to share our perspectives, our lessons learned about operations, work that we have to do related to policies, and most importantly, what is the impact on our communities? This is an emerging technology, and we are co-founding it together. It's a chance for us to share our knowledge and our insights, look at performance metrics, as well as looking at cutting-edge revelations and how this technology will change the future of mobility. As many of you know, this is a monumental week for the city of Jacksonville. In just 1 week from today, we will celebrate the launch of the nation's first, not pilot, but permanent public transportation service powered by autonomous vehicles. It is a momentous occasion for our community, and I think it's something that collectively we can all celebrate. As was said earlier by Dr. Braun, we co-founded and worked together over the past few years to get to this point. As many of you know, our program is called the Ultimate Urban Circulator. We also call it affectionately the U2C. Our AV service, NAVI, which stands for Neighborhood Autonomous Vehicle Innovation, will connect riders from our downtown Jacksonville sports and entertainment complex to our business core, as well as into residential areas. So throughout the day, our team is excited to share the behind-the-scenes look at what it took to get to this moment. You will have an opportunity to learn about the countless hours of hard work, engineering, testing, as well as the public feedback and beyond as we have gone to bring this program to life. You'll hear from our partners and industry leaders who are putting autonomous mobility solutions on the map across the world. Not just here in our city, not just in the United States, we have participants who have joined us here in Jacksonville from around the globe. You'll have a chance to tour the Autonomous Innovation Center, or the AIC, the state-of-the-art command center for our NAVI service, and if you haven't seen it, you've got to get there. The AIC is incredible. Not only will it control Jacksonville's NAVI vehicles, but it has the potential to manage and supervise vehicles throughout our country. In addition to the NAVI launch next week, earlier this year, the JTA signed a MOU with the Florida State College at Jacksonville to create new internships for students pursuing degrees in automotive technology as well as related areas. Our teams are working together. You're going to hear that common theme of working together to create a robust curriculum in the area of mass transportation, but also how is the development of new technologies impacting that, and autonomous vehicles are clearly at the forefront. Together, once again, we are creating a talent pipeline for the future of innovative vehicle technology right here in Jacksonville. So today is all about the future of mobility. Autonomous vehicles are being tested and launched worldwide, and we are proud that Jacksonville is one of those centers of excellence around the globe, and we're proud that you're with us here today. Almost 400 people registered to attend this conference. If that doesn't speak to the power and potential of AVs, and frankly where transportation is going, then I don't know what really does. Before I have an honor to introduce our first keynote speaker, I'd like to take a moment. I know we have some of our board of directors here. I see Pat Sams, thank you for joining us today. It is the JTA board of directors that actually helped create this momentum, this vision, and supported this JTA team and our partners to getting to today. And so thank you, Director Sams, and all of our board members as they join us throughout the day. We also have some other dignitaries that I would say were very instrumental in our success in getting here today. Councilman Terrence Freeman, thank you for joining us today. I see Councilman Rockman Johnson. I didn't see him. He's also liaison. He's to join us later today, along with Councilmember Raul Arias. I saw Councilman Howland, Nick Howland. Okay, that's what, there you go. I got this thing blocking me here. Councilman Nick Howland, thank you for being here. We're just so appreciative of you and your leadership. And then State Senator Yarborough, Clay Yarborough, thank you for being here with us today. So all of our local, federal, and state and national partners goes without saying, thank you for your support. We would not be here without your wind behind our wings there. And finally, thank you to our sponsors and organizers for making this 2025 National AV Day Conference the most successful yet. AV America is here in the house somewhere. I know I saw members of the Vision to Reality team, Balfour Beatty, that team of Balfour Beatty, Beep, Miller Electric, Gray Line Security, WGI Corporation, Superior Construction, and Urban SDK. We would not be here today if not for the Vision to Reality team, our partners. T-Mobile for Business has been a supporter. The Holon Corporation, it goes without saying, and we'll get a chance to hear from them in a few moments. Michael Baker International, Kimley Horn, Blue Systems, Atkins Realis, Jacobs, and go Guident. Thank you for this journey over the past few years, being our co-sponsor of this event. So with that, it's my honor to introduce this morning's keynote speaker, Mr. Marcus Schlitt, North American CEO and Managing Director of Holon. As CEO, Marcus will guide Holon during a very pivotal time as the company prepares for manufacturing and marketing its first fully electric autonomous shuttle. Last year, Holon selected Jacksonville to build its U.S. AV manufacturing facility, making it Florida's first automotive vehicle manufacturing plant in over 100 years. The impact on our city is even greater. This plant is projected to generate nearly $300 million in the local economy by 2028 and create more than 800 jobs. Jacksonville, this community, is certainly looking forward to working with Marcus and his team as we integrate Holon into our transportation system in just a few short years. Before Holon, Marcus held the role of CEO at Unix Traffic Group, a global provider of intelligent traffic systems. He is truly an experienced leader in smart mobility, so it's my pleasure to bring up to the stage Mr. Marcus Schlitt, the CEO of Holon. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor and my pleasure to be here together with you guys on this important day. And also that I get a chance to speak about the number one topic what is a kind of a red line through my professional career so far, and it's about autonomous mobility. But don't worry, we are not going to go through technical details now for the next 20 minutes. I would like to take the next 20 minutes I would like to take the angle more from the smart city perspective and how autonomous mobility is needed to actually design a smart urban mobility environment for a modern city. I think we can all agree on this is a picture we all would like to see more often. Right? Public space used for social interaction, for recreation, for sports. It's green, fresh air, people are walking on the roads, and it's safe. But too often, cities look like this. So we need to tackle three major challenges. One is around air pollution. Another area is around safety in the road network. And the middle one is about how to use and wisely use public space. And there are 4 trends in the last decade what supports us and helps us to work on these challenges. The first trend is that we see a tendency to go away from a combustion-driven engines to electric mobility, but it could also be any other green fuel. Doesn't have to be electric, but we are going from gasoline-driven engines towards green energy. The second trend is we come from a world where we own cars, and we still do, and we will. So it's not a black and white thing, but you see more and more that we want to share mobility services. Like today I saw in front of the hotel I'm staying in, I saw the e-scooters. And you also see them all over the place in Europe. That's something we share with each other. The third trend is that every participant in the road network was standalone. So pedestrians, bicycle riders, car drivers, and the infrastructure. There's a one-way communication. So the traffic light tells you, I'm green or I'm red, you can go or you have to stop, but you cannot tell the traffic light, hey, it's in the middle of the night, there's no one else around me, why don't you give me a green face, right? So there's no communication. So we are connecting now all these participants. And lastly, and by far the trend with the biggest disruptive innovation potential is today we drive and tomorrow the vehicle will drive us. And this autonomous mobility has also the beauty that it combines all of the other 3 trends before. So autonomous vehicles will be electrified, we will share them, they will be connected to the infrastructure, but also with all the travelers and what have you. And as said, it's going to be autonomous. If you look on the time scale, simple one, we are coming from a very car-centric world, and we entered about 10 years ago into the connected e-mobility era, where we started to connect the dots and share data and information, and this is the fundament for autonomous driving from my perspective. And we are now at the tipping point, and it was already said in the opening speech, we can see more and more fleets deployed in our roads. So while the connected e-mobility stream will continue, we are now seeing that the autonomous mobility kicks in. And all these trends do actually help us a great deal on the air pollution side of things. Roads become much safer, especially through the connected e-mobility world. But for the middle part, for the use of public space and that we fight against congestion, someone might argue that autonomous mobility makes it even worse or has the potential to make it even worse. As an example, if you have a fully autonomous vehicle and you want to go to the theater, you have to look for a parking spot. And in Europe, we have not enough parking spots. It's different here in the US, but it's very hard to find a parking spot. So you can just tell your car to drive autonomously around the block the entire evening while you're in the theater. When you get out, it picks you up again. So you will have more traffic. You will see more traffic on the roads than today. And that brought, and this is an example of the city of London, that brings cities to the point that they start thinking about what is our strategy around autonomous mobility and what does it mean for us? And here you see some simple numbers out of their analysis, and you can see that today walking and bicycle riding and public transport together are clearly the backbone of the urban mobility in the City of London. And in this scenario, they said, if we don't do anything, if we don't get our stakes together, what will happen is that the traditional taxi share, what is a small portion today, will be replaced by robocars, and this robocars will bite into the mobility services, especially of public transport. And this brings two major problems to the City of London. One is that they said public transport will be left with fewer business, but equally high fixed costs. So there is a commercial problem, what will occur out of it. And secondly, they said the mobility offering of the city, the road city network will collapse. And that's why London said, and this is directly from the mayor, Sadiq Khan, he said by 2041, and this is only in 16 years from now, he said that 80% of all the trips in the City of London will be either on foot or on bicycle. And since you cannot keep people and society away from innovation, you have to offer equally convenient mobility services out of the public transport to satisfy your people, and that has then to do with autonomous mobility. So I think we here as an ecosystem of partners, authorities, but also technology providers, we need to get in front of the wave. We need to proactively drive the autonomous mobility era. And we are now at the tipping point, so it's the right moment of time to start with. And we started here in Jacksonville by forming a partnership between GTA, Beep, Holon, and Benteler Mobility for the U2C program to actually introduce fully autonomous and fully commercial mobility services. And why Jacksonville? There are so many reasons, and I just pick on a few. One we already tapped on. It is, if you visit the AIC, you can literally feel how progressive the city is and GTA is when it comes to autonomous mobility. It's really an experience. Yeah, if you haven't had the chance, I would advise you to do it and take a look by yourself. It's amazing. And another reason is autonomous mobility, and also we in this partnership, we will create jobs. We need people who are capable and talented to jump in and fulfill these jobs. And Jacksonville has a great workforce development program in place. So we are absolutely certain that we will find the requested people. And last but not least, Holon is to some extent a European company, but the US side will become, or is a US company. So we're going to build a made-for-purpose US shuttle, fulfilling with all the regulations and comply with everything what is necessary to fulfill the need and the purpose in your mobility service. And here, GTA is of great help to educate us what is important, what we have to have an eye on, and also thinking about a vision, how we can extend our portfolio and develop further vehicles made for purpose. And that's what we're going to build. This is the Holon Urban. The Holon Urban is a fit-for-purpose vehicle. It's for 15 people. It is a fully electrified and fully autonomous vehicle. It has in focus the public transport use cases and needs. It can be used on fixed routes, but also on ride pooling regimes. And we put a specific focus on that it is a vehicle for everyone. So we have an automated ramp, for example, for wheelchair purposes, and all this kind of things. And these are the areas where we very closely collaborate. And we designed this vehicle in a very conservative but proven old-fashioned automotive way. So we're going through step by step through all the tests and phases to make sure that we're going to build a high quality, high reliable vehicle in the end, like we did our testing in the EMC chamber, or the brake application testing in Sweden with all the snow and ice, what is maybe not as important for Jacksonville, but it is for some other parts in the world. And the next step we are doing will be in September, October, when we will drive the first time with our shuttle in the city of Hamburg on the public roads on L4 level. And I told Ned this morning that he will come and we will do a ride. And in case we are not yet ready, I will tell him that Hamburg is so much nicer in Christmas, and then he comes a bit later. And it was already mentioned that we're going to build our factory here in Jacksonville. So it's not only about the U2C project, but we think it is a great place to actually build our headquarters. And the factory will be the integral part of it. We found a plot, and we have a layout. My VP manufacturing, Nick, is also here with me. We will have a look tomorrow how far we are. And how we move from there. And that we come to stay. So we keep on our good relationship because we will be here for a long time. And this brings me to a kind of a last point. The Holon mover is just one part of an overall solution. It's essential, but it's not the story. The story and the customer experience, you need so much more around it. You could look at the vehicle and say it's an IoT edge device, what by default is driving, right? But it has to be integrated into a software and solution for fleet management, for ticketing, but also for interaction with a traveler. And here we're working with our partner Beep. That the vehicle is fulfilling the features and the needs, what comes out of the overarching solution. And here's an example what I was able to create for my former employer in Unix Traffic, and it shows how important data is if you really want to offer a high convenience service. And here in the city there are two concerts a couple of days in between, and one was Depeche Mode and the other one was U2. And because people, they plan for their trip, they want to know how to get to the stadium and how to kind of get home, so they used the app. So we realized by pre-booking, so to say, where are the people who are like more fan of Depeche Mode, and where are the people who are more fan of U2, and you can guide your mobility services on demand in time in these areas of the city, and picking up your customers. So data can tell you everything nowadays, and that has to be taken into consideration when we talk about autonomous mobility. So people ask me what is the $1 million question, so when will the AV revolution happen big scale? And of course I don't have a precise answer on it too, but I would like to draw a parallelity to the first mobility revolution, what was the introduction of the automobile. And here's a picture of the Fifth Avenue in New York in 1900. And the question is, where's the car? And I can't point on it, but it is on the left side towards the building in front of the hotel. There's one car. Only 13 years later, same picture of the Fifth Avenue in New York, and the question is, where's the horse? So this is a disruptive change, and it took only 13 years. So if we imagine that we are not slower in our next mobility revolution, and we are already in the middle of the 13 years, that's not too much way to go. And to end my presentation, Ned said if you're going to be the keynote speaker, you can raise one wish. And I said, okay, my wish will be towards GTA and you, Ned, and your team, that we're going to keep up the great work in the U2C project, that we're going to make it work, whatever it takes, that we do it together as a team, as we already do, and for a better good. So let's do it. Let's change the world.
Very nice, and those photos really captured my attention. Well, Mr. Schlitt, you said it best. We all want to change the world, and that's why we are here, because we're better together. And Mr. Braun, may your words echo with each and every last one of us here today. We are all co-founders here, and we are here to inspire one another. Okay, so let's do it. Up next, let's take a deep dive into our first session, and that's on the Bay Street Innovation Corridor. And our topic today is pioneering autonomous transit in Jacksonville. So I invite our moderator, our CEO.
Okay, so let's get started. We're going to jump right in. All four of you have been great partners with the JTA to get the Navi where it is today. We're 1 week out. But let's go a little bit further than 1 week out. What do you think this system means for Jacksonville, for the state of Florida, for the nation in the next 3 to 5 years? So if you could look into the future, 3 to 5 years from now, what does this project mean? We'll start with you, Dave.
Yeah. All right, so this project is the catalyst, it's the proof of concept, which means a lot of things that we can get into in detail. But when you are successful on this proof of concept, you're the first one, you're the leader, you're the one getting bloodied, you're going through it, you really are past the denial and you've accepted and you're trying to find a better way to do it. And that's what this team's at, is where we've developed a really high-performing team and ability to achieve, to get to that vision. And so when I look at the future, get to your question, is it's there. The market's proven that it's there. How quickly are we going to change? How, to where it is all the vehicles out on the road is you got to find a simpler way to do it, and we've found it, and we're working on that process. So I definitely see that we're breaking down those barriers with this project to help lead to that kind of success.
What say you, Joe?
I would add, Marcus, I love that slide there of the picture of New York City and that single vehicle. And this program really represents that single vehicle. This is the first. I mean, we are pioneering something in public transit that we'll talk more about as it relates to the complexity and the effort that has gone into this. But it is truly going to be the guidepost, I believe, for our industry and how we're changing the way we move people in our society.
All right, let's go with Craig.
I feel like it's the tipping point. Dave said somebody's got to be first. And I feel like this is the tipping point of ubiquity. I think folks will see it. It'll become commonplace to see autonomous vehicles downtown. Folks that aren't comfortable with the technology will become comfortable with it. Once that adoption curve is cleared, I think this becomes that tipping point.
Okay.
And I'll just tie it off with the opportunity for Jacksonville is to command a leadership role in this evolution. As a local entrepreneur building a business here, the amount of attention it's bringing, the new technology it's bringing, it gives us a chance to lead an industry, which is often missing from a business ecosystem in Jacksonville. So it's truly transformative for our city and anyone that wants to come here to build a business.
All right. Well, let's turn it over to Joe for a second here. Joe, over the past 8 years, the JTA has led testing efforts on many different platforms and now is leading the way with this project. What are some of the most critical lessons learned during this process? You know, we've been at it for 8 years. There's been different challenges, different opportunities, you know, from the testing and the pilots. What do you say to that?
You know, it's hard to believe it's been 8 years, I guess, since you started that testing, and I would call out Mr. Campbell here, reached out to me about 5.5 years ago as you had been awarded the Build Grant. We're kind of pursuing this plan and this program kind of in its early infancy. Well, we sat down at an Irish pub, broke some bread, and ultimately decided to put this team together to pursue this. So didn't want to lose that point in all that 8 years of history. You know, I would tell you that the biggest lesson learned for us, I mean, one, we're a bunch of technology entrepreneurs, and as part of this effort, really got deeply engaged in appreciating and understanding the rigor of public transit and everything that goes into that. And I think back on, you know, and I saw Greer and Jeff out there in the audience, but going through this process of building a vehicle, establishing a reliable, safe public transit service, the first autonomous service in public transit in our country, you know, 130 unique tests on the vehicle itself. Many of which were introduced by the JTA. Obviously, there's standard acceptance testing you go through. I think of the standard operating procedures that the JTA brought to the table around if X happens, what do you do? And how do you document that? And how do you instill that in a training program where everybody that supports this effort is always constantly thinking about the safety of the passengers, the continuity of service, the quality of what you're delivering. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to change the way we move people, we're going to have adoption, and people are going to have to leave their cars at home, and they're going to have to utilize these new means of transportation. I would say that kind of that rigor, that discipline, and the appreciation for how difficult it is to build that out in an autonomous platform is probably the biggest lesson learned for us.
Right. And Joe, I mean, you touched upon it. I think it's very important for the audience to realize, and it's hats off to the JTA staff as well as the V2R team, there was no blueprint. There is no sort of guideposts that we had to follow. We developed this from a vision to actual, you know, vehicles on the roads operating. And I think that's also a testament to the JTA staff, past and present, who have worked on this project. Hats off to all of them, as well as the V2R teammates. Justin, one of the things as we've been developing this project is just really the data lake, the vast amount of data that we'll be collecting with the Navi system. You want to talk a little bit about that in terms of data and what will that mean, not just for the JTA and this service, but potentially for the city and the state as it relates to data collection?
Yep. So, excuse me. So so Urban SDK is a geospatial AI platform. Our primary responsibility in the project was to build a data management system that had a couple of purposes. The project, Bay Street Innovation Corridor, was really one of the largest deployments of a smart asset, new infrastructure deployment that required collaboration from multiple agencies. So typically in government, data is very siloed to who is running an agency. It's not often shared. And so one of our initiatives was to create technology that allowed open collaboration across silos, whether that be with the DOT, the transit agency, the city, as well as any partners that needed necessary information to make decisions. So some of the things that we did and are doing are connecting everything from a flood sensor to a traffic signal to the vehicle itself to allow the operators to now make mobility planning decisions from actual data and communicate why they're doing certain things with their partners within the region. It's very transformative. If you pull it all the way back to the US DOT's Smart Cities Challenge grant, one of the initiatives of this region was to develop an integrated data exchange. How can our city get smarter by sharing information, have access to real-time data, and inform many decisions that multiple operators may be a part of or may not be a part of? So it's been very exciting to see this come to life. It's an asymmetrical bet for how we can improve transportation, and we're glad to be a part of it.
Okay, and just a little bit of a spoiler, please make sure during the lunch hour you hang back and actually see the presentation on digital twins in terms of Bay Street and the work we've done to begin the development of a digital twin that could be replicated throughout our community and provide an unprecedented level of data as it relates to infrastructure and assets in the as-built world, so to speak. So Dave, I'm going to turn to you for a second. What do you think was a defining moment in the development of this project?
So I'm a design builder, I'm a contractor, so there's several defining moments part of a project, but where I'm coming from is when we, WGI and our partners in design, when you're in that 30% to 60%, that is what I call the put up or shut up time. That is the time where, we make that vision a reality. And it's the most important time. And when we did that, when we came together as a team at JTA and we defined exactly what we want that vision to be, and we're able to do it from a reality standpoint, from a design, from Joe on the vehicle. I mean, there were some major decisions that had to be made at that time frame because we don't have an unlimited budget. We don't have an unlimited time. We do have these grand visions, and how are we going to bring them to the reality? So that stage to me is the most important when we shut up and we put up. So really appreciate the team for being able to do that.
All right, thank you for that. Craig, this V2R team deployed a private 5G network throughout the corridor. How does this network operate, and what does it mean for the Navi service?
I don't want to spoil too much of Kelly's presentation later, but so this project being 8 years old from hatching point and really 4 or 5 years ago from the V2R team perspective, hardest thing to do in a technology space is be progressive, be leading edge, but not too far on the leading edge because that's dangerous. That's the bleeding edge. We want to be out there creating a solution that's safe. And from our perspective, cybersecurity is one of those safety parameters. Building a private network means all of those radios are riding on, they're private radios deployed for this project. The fiber that was deployed by JEA as an in-kind contribution to the project gave us that real estate. We had, all things are possible with fiber, and with that buried fiber optic loop, we had the freedom to build a robust, fault-tolerant network. And on the private 5G side, that means we have really high bandwidth, really low latency private network that makes it secure. The only devices that can touch or ride on that network are those that we provide SIMs for. So complete closed network, I think, is, if you're going to put these vehicles on the road, in that good, better, best scenario, doing it on a private network is the way to go.
Craig, one more innovation in terms of this corridor is the microgrid. You want to share a little bit with the audience in terms of the development of the solar and microgrid concept?
So one of the JTA Move 27 goals is to deploy projects in a greener scenario. The projects are, this project uses EVs, all those autonomous vehicles are EVs, so EV charging is a big consumer of electricity. And I think early on we decided we need to try to scratch that itch and meet that Move 27 goal. The AIC facility is not very large.
Right.
And it butts up against the Skyway. You can't put parking lot canopies out there with solar panels. So our only real estate is the rooftop. So we put out as much solar as we could put on the roof. It's about 50 kW. Turns out that it ends up being the first microgrid in Jacksonville.
Yes.
On a day like today where it's beautiful and sunny, we could operate in island mode. Now that doesn't include a lot of EV charging, but the building could float and work autonomously without grid power. Long term, that helps JEA. As fleets get electrified, that's a big demand on the electrical grid, and the more of these autonomous, I say autonomous, but
yes.
The more of these microgrids that we can deploy, the more relief we provide JEA from a generation perspective. So the more power we can generate and operate on our own, the easier it is for JEA to plan for and expand their grid deliberately and not in demand to these projects.
All right, congratulations. Justin, Urban SDK is known for smart infrastructure analytics. What role do you play in ensuring that safety and policy compliance as we have these AVs enter the mix?
So from a safety perspective, one of the things that connecting to this many systems gives the JTA the ability to do is really look at every single inch of the route. A lot of that's brought by BEEP's technology and what they're deploying, but it allows them to look at each intersection, each ride, each trip, and ensure not only a great customer experience, but a critically safe one. So we can identify any potential flooding, pedestrian crossing, any issues that may be encountered in just day-to-day operations. All of that information gets compiled and stored, ready for the federal agencies as any compliance requirement to be met, reported, and automated through an efficient reporting process. So I believe that answered the question.
That was very helpful because there is a significant amount of data based on this project related to safety and things of that nature that we have to be able to readily get our hands on and be able to report to our authorities.
Kind of go beyond that. One of the things is typically in the transit environment, it's hard to get that level of granular information across all routes, all vehicles, all intersections. So this is a pilot, I think somebody mentioned, is the first deployment of advanced technology that is, will be transformative to public transit operation and safety in general as the technology scales out through all of JTA's operations.
Right. Justin, and just to follow up on that, I think the point I think we all should be making in this is that the AVs in and of themselves were a big enough of a climb to deploy autonomous vehicles on public streets for mass transit. But along the way, we looked at opportunities to innovate and be more creative in terms of future systems and processes and data collection, things of that nature. And so there's a long string of innovations that are first, not just in terms of the AVs, but first in terms of the entire system that has been pulled together to support the Navi or operation. So with that, next question I have, Joe. In your experience, what will be the key to broad adoption and expansion of autonomous mobility to serve not just Jacksonville, but other cities around the country? And I know, Beep, you're working in a few cities, but any common threads that you could share in terms of, what is adoption going to look like at a mass level?
Yeah, so I'll give you my opinion. My opinion does not necessarily represent the views of management.
I've come to learn that,
Can I throw that caveat in there? Couple of thoughts I have on that. One is, if you look at this program in particular, and we haven't really talked about kind of what I'll call, the ecosystem or all the constituents that were part of this. One, regulation. In our country, the regulatory code does not lend itself to what we're doing as it relates to the vehicles and the services that we provide out there in these autonomous mobility solutions. So we can't lose sight of the need from a long-term perspective to solidify our regulatory code, across the spectrum of the deployment of these autonomous vehicles, specifically in public transit use cases. And I will say it's another great example of leadership, I think, represented across this team. We probably, I hate to think of it, but maybe a week, a month for the last several years have been in Washington, whether that's on the Hill and gaining the support of key constituents like our representatives here in Jacksonville, Congressman Bean, Congressman Rutherford, very active in that process, whether that was working with the administration and the U.S. Department of Transportation and NHTSA as it relates to informing and educating them on the impact of programs like this and the importance of really driving the regulatory change necessary to deploy these at scale. I think as it relates to broader adoption in the U.S., and again, Marcus hit on this a little bit ago, but I want to reinforce it because we're not going to change the way we move people in our society. We're not going to remove road congestion. We're not going to improve safety if all we're doing is replacing a driven vehicle with a non-driven vehicle.
Right.
And in some of those examples, it actually increases road congestion, increases the number of vehicles on the roadway. The concept of shared mobility is something we have to adopt in the U.S. Frankly, if you ever spend any time in Europe, public transportation is for everybody. Everybody utilizes it. It's safe, it's extensive, and it's an important component of how those communities are advancing and growing across all theaters in Europe. We have to have a similar kind of transformation here in the U.S. Honestly, public transit has fallen into a mode where we've, created this public transit is for the have-nots versus for everybody. We need to create mobility for all and change the way we move people by providing these innovative solutions, these arterial services, as you pointed out with this program, to connect residential and business and entertainment and retail and healthcare services and jobs. I think about, the U2C program, and many of you know I'm a native of Jacksonville, so I can say things good and bad, mostly good. But downtown Jacksonville, one of the biggest challenges we've had is there's no real convenient microtransit options, right? It's tough to move 40-foot buses around all the streets and corridors in any downtown area, and Jacksonville is no exception. So we've got to think about the types of solutions we provide, the connectivity we provide, and then we've got to create an avenue for everybody to utilize it. Comfortably, safely, and regularly. And I think, until we reach that point, and this program I think is going to be the point of that spear, is, really getting all of us to leave our cars at home, adopt these forms of mobility, know we can do it, predictably and safely and conveniently. And I think that is really going to be the key element to broader adoption. And I believe very strongly that shared mobility and what this program represents is exactly what's going to be proliferated, most broadly across our country.
Joe, you hit two things that resonated with me. Clearly, the need for the regulatory environment to match up with the innovation and the technology that's moving rapidly forward. And I was very encouraged last week when Secretary Duffy made the announcement related to the Part 55 exemption process and NHTSA and things of that nature. So it seems like the regulatory environment is trying to catch up and speed up. And I think in terms of this project, clearly those visits and time that we spent in DC is proving to be fruitful for this project and other projects around the country. You touched upon that as, also a challenge, building this project while there wasn't any laid out regulatory environment. Dave, what would you say was the major challenge from your purview and perspective related to this project?
I live in a different world than Joe does in the design build world. So when we look at the challenges that this project had to succeed, it had to have certainty. We had to put together a dream team. There was no excuses. This was so important, just beyond anything else. Even my company, Balfour Beatty, we're based out of London too. Everybody's looking at us and seeing not only are we performing, but how are we performing? How are we getting there? What are we doing? What does it take to get to this level? And so those challenges were, you wanted to move so fast and so quick, but you had to take your time and throw the kitchen sink at everything, because you're the first. So everything takes longer. everything takes a process. Even not just from the vehicle, but from how we design the shelters, how we define the AIC, how we look at the network, how we look at everything in our processes, because the vehicle is connected to everything. It's just not out there on a silo. It is truly V to X. And so that was the biggest challenge, was to keep people in because we got to be a high-performing team at the same time. So it's stay in that growth mindset. This is a long-term vision. This just isn't winning today. This is forever. This is about moving on and beyond. And that's the vision and the culture of this team. Is everybody that we picked was a long-term partner in this, and we're looking, you know, is it worth the cost? Should I do that? It's looking towards the long-term partner in the future, and that was the biggest challenge, in a sense, because and I think we did a great job of overcoming that, and you'll see that in the years to come in this process and this program, but definitely a big challenge.
All right, great. Craig, same thing. What was the biggest challenge for your company with this project?
I would almost say you have to check every week to see what the biggest challenge is. I think, you know, I touched on it earlier, technology-wise, it's very difficult to map out what's going to happen 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. Trying to build something that's future-proof. You know, I live in a space where every 3 to 5 years the technology is cycled out. We started this project proposing a private LTE network, and during the design phase realized that 5G hardware is readily available, it makes sense, let's pivot, let's make it a 5G network. Those types of decisions happen at every step. And I think that's the biggest, most difficult thing to do in the technology space, is to predict what is going to be necessary 2 years from now, 3 years from now. That's why we're so grateful there's a fiber optic network out there, because, you know, we're kind of future-proof at this point. I think what we've built is going to be support the Bay Street Innovation Corridor and phases to come. But that is absolutely, I think, the biggest challenge in the technology space is to stay out in front.
You know, what you bring up is very interesting, because the challenge look at it from, I guess, the client standpoint. We historically, in government, we do a bid process, very well detailed scope of work. That would have worked against us in terms of the nature of this project. It had to be, and it was, the first AVD bomb. Why? Because going into this, there was no way to actually lay down at the very beginning of that procurement, 6 years ago. And we needed to have that flexibility and that partnership to make those adjustments as we were building something that had never been built before. Otherwise, it would look exactly like what we currently have on the street, but this allowed us to really look at making modification changes in scope so that we brought forth the best world-class solution for this community. Justin, same question to you. Biggest challenge in developing this project?
I think the biggest challenge was more of a witness of what this team was having to work through, especially from the regulatory perspective, and how they want to manage this technology going forward. From our perspective, it was sort of, you know, another day at the desk, bringing in data and running analytics on them, but just being more inspired by this group and the things that they had to overcome, as no one's ever done it before.
Okay. What do you think this system will have impact on Jacksonville? We'll start, David.
I'm from Jacksonville. I've been here all my life and been with Balfour Beatty forever, so doing aviation and transportation my whole life here. So, you know, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm seeing it as, I like the going from the horse carriage to the vehicle. I'm visualizing going to the Jags games in my new hold-on AV. You know, I'm seeing my family grow up, or my kids grow up in a mixed-use environment that's taking that. I'm seeing that as the most simplest, cost-effective way to move forward in transportation. That's really going to bring Jacksonville connected again. Before the interstates came in, and it's bringing us all together as a community. That's what I'm excited about, building communities and building that up, and being on the tip of the spear with this project is just amazing opportunity, so thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Dave. You know, it's interesting. A lot of focus is on the U2C and its connection to the Skyway, which will be sunsetting over time. But, and the U2C is a replacement for the Skyway. But I think the focus is mobility throughout Jacksonville. And so we've already started looking at how these types of vehicles could be deployed in those not so dense neighborhoods in and around our community. So with 14 ready ride zones we operate now, door-to-door type service, these vehicles clearly would fit the bill in terms of that operation in a high-tech but maybe more efficient manner for our taxpayers. Joe, same question to you. What do you think this means for Jacksonville?
Yeah, you know, a couple things strike me. One is, and you and I have had the opportunity to travel some internationally where
Yes.
this program has been recognized by groups like the ITS World
It's
Congress.
amazing.
It
Yeah.
really is. And
Yeah.
as a kid that grew up in Jacksonville, I'll piggyback on my buddy here, is, you know, Jacksonville hasn't always been known for innovation. It's not the word that comes to your mind when you think of Jacksonville. You think of military, you think of kind of some of the core financial services that are here. But the greatest cities in our country, you know, began with, you know, downtown revitalization. And you think of what's going on in the city right now. You don't have to drive very far to see a lot of construction. The other thing I would suggest to you is critical to the future success of communities like Jacksonville is that core transportation backbone. And this program, to your point, yes, represents the start in Jacksonville, but even in the downtown Jacksonville area, if you look at, you know, the neighborhood extensions and the 4 quadrants of that as the next phase, and then ultimately areas like the beaches, and, you know, JTA's authority even goes down into St. Augustine and some of those other communities. I mean, this really, I think, represents not only the core to revitalizing this city, but with the likes of Holon and others in the ecosystem, I think it's truly going to be that stake in the ground where Jacksonville becomes one of the great cities in our country. And it's that sounds like a nice poster.
Yes.
I really think it's a reality.
One of the things that I'm very proud of is the work that we did very early on related to workforce development. I'm not trying to throw you a curveball just yet, but, you know, in your answers, you know, what do you think about the workforce development piece? Everything from the road shows we did with DCPS, the partnership with FSCJ, the MOU that we just recently signed with UF. I mean, the list goes on in terms of these higher education, well, middle school and, you know, elementary school students who have been on some of these autonomous vehicles. What do you think about the impact of it?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll go back to something. Marcus, I'm stealing all your comments up there, but I think they were also spot on. Is you know, I had the opportunity to tour with the Holon team, our city, kind of behind the scenes, visiting the port,
Yes.
visiting great companies that are here like the Miller Electrics of the world. And Holon, as you may or may not know, their parent company, Bentler, has a large presence in the Spartanburg, Greenville area, automotive, you know,
Right.
cornerstone, and Detroit, the second automotive cornerstone in our country. They had facilities in both of those locations. They chose Jacksonville because of the workforce development, visibility, part of what's happening at FSCJ, you know, and Dr. Brower and that team, I think, are speaking today on that front, showing how you are going to provide that workforce of the future through your commitments to academia. The other thing we had a chance to see, which, you know, I guess you kind of, it's intuitive, but until you see it, you know, you don't necessarily think about it. But the great programs, and I'll use Miller Electric as an example, where they are training those coming out of the military, our veterans coming out of the military, which is a huge population in this area, to take on their private sector positions and jobs. So it's not just about how do we train the workforce of the future coming out of schools, but also how do we retrain those that have the skills and the background to really become part of this automotive ecosystem. And I think that's just a huge opportunity for us.
Okay. Craig, same question. What does it mean for Jacksonville? But also, what does it mean for Miller Electric being a part of this project?
Well, I'm
And
not
I
a
don't want to
Jacksonville
steal
native.
anyone else's thunder for
I
later
won't.
panels, but
I'm gonna steal a little bit from Joe. I'm not from Jacksonville originally. I'm a transplant. I think it has more of a regional impact. You know, I live in St. Johns County. I know for those of us that are from Clay County, there are other communities that are starved for this type of service. And I think it's really gonna, you know, it's not gonna break the mold, but it's really gonna set the standard. You know, somebody has to be first, and I think once it's done, it's gonna provide that model. We know that the city of St. Augustine is working towards improvements in their community, and we think that this type of solution is going to work elsewhere. So I see it more as a regional benefit. I think the fact that Jacksonville has taken this on is really going to show other communities that have a microtransit need. This is the way to go.
all right. Justin, same question.
Yeah,
What does
a
it
lot
mean
of
for
great
Jacksonville
answers.
and urban SDK?
I mean, because this project was so early in the transit industry, it gives us the ability to take that to other communities from a business perspective. We now know what needs to be done to be accomplished to provide this service, not just in St. Johns County or in the town center, but in entirely new communities in other states. So from a business perspective, it was phenomenal. One of the things I will compliment you, Mr. Ford, on is your leadership. I think from a Jacksonville perspective, that leadership was a spiking moment where we can take risks, we can deliver, and we can give others the footsteps, the path to follow to build a stronger Jacksonville. And I've been here for 20 years, and the community's changed, and it's going to continue to change. And this is, a transformative project. Again, I'll say it for our community, and it gives, everyone here, someone to aspire to. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that. I think when we talk about the V2R team and the JTA staff, just having that shared vision and courage and resilience and creativity to be first and to want to be first in terms of deployment of this type of a system. And it comes with a certain amount of risk, but the reward has and will be so great, not just for Jacksonville and Northeast Florida, but the rest of the nation. And so I think all of us feel the weight of that, and within a week's time, we'll be able to celebrate launching this innovative system. With that being said, though, there are some misperceptions and conceptions that we've dealt with along the way with building this project. Which ones come to mind, and which ones would you like to take an opportunity to dispel as it relates to the U2C project, Bay Street, and now Navi?
I'll jump in on that. I'll say safety.
Yes.
A lot of times, are these vehicles really safe? These vehicles have 10 times the perception and visibility than a human does. And their ability to respond when they identify an issue on a roadway is 3 times faster than a human can. Most importantly, they're never distracted. What's the largest cause of accidents, in our society? Fatalities, injuries, it's human impairment, distraction, or error. And so the safety of the vehicles themselves and their ability to respond to this environment, is I think often understated or misunderstood. And once you get a chance to ride these vehicles and operate within the service or utilize the service, I think you'll quickly learn that not only is it a matter of delivering a safe solution today, but it's also every ride that we take, every route that we travel, they're going to become safer, they're going to become more effective. It's that continuous learning, the AI components of this that are really just going to make this better and better each day that we deploy. And that's, to me, I just hope, the people will embrace it. As we've seen across the country, and we've done 40 implementations in 9 states now in pilot modes.
Right.
This will be that first really industrialized service delivery. But along the way, rider knowledge, adoption, and really excitement about kind of what this represents is quick to follow.
Justin, any misperceptions to?
I mean, it's delivered, so, it proofs in the pudding. Ride the vehicle, enjoy your trip around downtown, and come back for more.
All right. You, Craig?
I choose not to read a lot of the misperceptions. I think, it's really just we assembled technologies that are proven. Getting it all put together and making it work, I think that's delivering.
Before I go to Dave here, one of the questions I get from my peers around the country quite often is, this is, challenging. Why did you guys sign up for it and things of that nature? And we signed up for it because we care about how we move people in this community. And we do that on a daily basis. Tens of thousands of people get to their origins and their destinations through the JTA. But we saw that this technology, while it's still in its developmental phases, has such great potential to improve the quality of life for our citizens here. And we're able to provide a great deal more accessibility to the things that make life so worthwhile. And so, it's kind of interesting, the misperceptions, and misinterpretation with a project like this. And one thing I've also shared with my peers around the country was the level of public engagement that is far beyond, I think, any other project that this team has built in terms of education, then re-education, education and re-education. And so if the deployment of the vehicles wasn't tough enough, it was really dealing with the external affairs activity and making sure that the public in general, as best you can, have an understanding of these technologies. And it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Driverless vehicles are coming. And they're all over the world now, and we need to take advantage of this technology for our community. Dave, what would be a misperception or?
I'm the contractor again, so I think of cost.
The cost,
The
yes.
cost. I mean, that's the biggest barrier for a lot of projects or what have you. We're doing the LAX automated people mover at the LA airport for $3 billion for 3 miles.
$3 billion, 3 miles.
Okay. We put in 3 miles for a fraction of that cost, and I think of the misconceptions that they have on the cost of a project like this and the intake is in what we've been able to achieve and be able to leverage for the future, putting in almost like a black box in a way, what we've solved as far as what it takes for Miller, Beep, Urban SDK, cybersecurity, Arcadis, ITS, they can keep going down the line. Now we know exactly what we're getting into when we get into a downtown corridor, what it takes to put in a mile at $4 million. Or if we need $5 million to do that, and the bells and whistles along with that. So that barrier is gone and that misconception. And you look at the cost of other type of infrastructure programs, if we can make this work, if we can work with regulatories, if we can, get a little bit of AV dedicated lanes and some things, you'll see that progress. You'll see how this technology, how we're catching up to it, and how we're going to institute it. So cost is no longer a barrier at my perspective, but there'll always be a few that will naysayers.
Well, the interesting thing when we talk about cost, there's the initial CapEx, right, for building a system of this nature. But per mile, per hour, OpEx for the JTA is much lower. So that cost per passenger, that cost per mile is much lower because of the automation that is now driven into these vehicles. And so as the project progresses and we're able to prove that out, in the very beginning, we're going to operate and start the service with safety attendants. But at some point, we will be taking away that the individual actually being in the vehicle from a customer service safety perspective. And that is when it will really speed up in terms of the efficiency in terms of cost per passenger. So it's been great, this journey with you gentlemen over the past few years. And again, we're 1 week out. I've got 2 minutes left, I think. Oh, I'm at time. I've got 1 minute. That's about, okay, 1 minute, that gives you about 15 seconds apiece. Any last remarks? 15 seconds.
No, thank you again.
All right.
I was thinking on the drive in this morning, my son graduated high school in May, and I feel like this is graduation, or next week will be graduation day.
There you go.
It feels like that kind of 4-year journey.
All right, thank you. Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I would just comment, great team to work with, and I applaud the JTA's leadership in what they've done to not only pull this group together, but also drive us with a level of expectation and quality that is really, I think, going to be what is the cherry on the top of this program.
All right, Dave?
This table right here, WGI, Superior, Beep, and Kevin Wishnot, the senior project manager on this job, who really knows all the details of everything, knows where everything's buried. That guy right there, I wanted to give a shout out. Thank you, Kevin.
All right. Well, thank you to all of you in the audience, and thank you to those JTA as well as V2R staff from the past, when this was just a concept on a piece of paper, and getting us all the way to today. You know who you are. You know you're a part of making history with this project, and it's just been a fantastic journey that we've been on over the past few years. And with that, thank you, and let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you.
And we are going to keep the discussion going. I learned a lot, and I hope you did too. I hope you did too. Well, I had to give it a chuckle, and I truly understood the transition that I'm making in my industry from television news to now the transportation industry. You should have seen the faces of those who are keeping Mr. Ford aware of time. The face of Tasapi, when you asked for time, Mr. Ford, when you said rap, she held a sign that said rap, and it's always relative to an anchor what rap means, because in our time that can mean 5-10 minutes. Her face was exasperation when she was like, no, that means like right now to stay on time. And I had a good chuckle out loud. I tried to keep that to myself, but that was hilarious to me. Well, we're going to keep the discussions moving now. Now, Justin, Dennis, you mentioned that one of the biggest challenges that you have seen so far concerning this project has been regulatory issues. So let's take another dive. Our panel discussions, they continue now with the topic of shifting legislative and regulatory landscape and what it means for shared autonomous mobility. So now let's welcome our next moderator, Ms. Jessica Shepler, Senior Vice President of Public Affairs at the Jacksonville Transportation Authority, and our next set of panelists. Hi there, Ms. Shepler. Now we have, joining Ms. Shepler, we have Scott Belcher, Executive Director of ACES Mobility Coalition, joining her, along with Alex Perot, Vice President of Policy and Regulation at BEEP, Mike Friedberg, partner at Holland and Knight, and also Frank Martz, City Manager with the City of Altamont Springs. Please welcome them.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Shepler, Senior Vice President of Public Affairs for the Jacksonville Transportation Authority. I started out at JTA in 2015 as Director of Government Affairs, so I'm very excited to be facilitating and moderating this panel related to regulatory and legislative initiatives surrounding autonomous vehicles and moving that particular technology forward. This morning, we had the opportunity to discuss the work going on behind the scenes, so the sausage making, if you will, and at the local, state, and federal levels of government to advance the next generation of mobility through autonomous vehicle technology. Each one of the panelists on this stage is actively engaged in the legislative and regulatory requirements and initiatives that are needed to continue to move forward this new way of mobility. If each one of you, I'm going to ask each one of you to introduce yourselves, just take a few minutes to introduce yourselves, talk about the organizations that you're involved with, and then how you're involved with AVs within those organizations. And we'll start out with Scott.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Scott Belcher. I'm the Executive Director for the ACES Mobility Coalition. I am your worst nightmare. I'm a lawyer from Washington, D.C. I've been there since the 80s. I've had every job you can imagine. One of the things that I've spent the last 18 months with at the request of a number of people in this room is helping to put together the ACES Mobility Coalition. And that is the coalition that represents this ecosystem, the shared autonomous mobility ecosystem. And I'm really lucky to be on this panel because I've got my co-chairs from our legislative committee and one of my board members who runs a city not too far from here, who are all actively involved in trying to make the policy around this work. If you didn't see when you came in, there's a document out there that looks like this. Get a copy. It's an educational brochure that we put together on shared autonomous mobility that you can use when you're thinking about deploying shared autonomous mobility, when you're working with your board of supervisors, when you're working with your board. It basically level sets, because this is not new technology. Even in the United States, it's not new technology. And this kind of lays the various case studies that are out there, the various example use cases, and then what we are looking for as an ecosystem in terms of the regulatory landscape. So this is a very helpful document. If you want copies of it, let me know. We can talk about it. And if you're in this room and you're not a member of the ACES Mobility Coalition, you should be. So come talk to me before you leave.
Good plug, Scott. Alex?
Thank you, Alex Perot. I run policy and regulatory for BEEP. I came from Washington, D.C. as well, from Georgia. Spent about 11 years in Washington, D.C., but I'm not an attorney, so I got that going for me. I worked on the Hill for the better part of a decade for a member on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee on the House side, and then I moved over to the Department of Transportation during Secretary Elaine Chow's tenure there. So I was actually at DOT for the initial build grant and saw some of JTA's great success in securing federal funding for their projects. And I didn't realize at the time really the import of this project. Grants come and go, and projects are exciting and they're very cool. But you don't realize at the time either you're not sure, well, we'll see if this actually can get done, or we'll see if it's going to be as transformational as they purport it to be. But this is one of those I think we'll look back on in terms of a federal investment of $12.5 million, and the return on that investment in terms of setting the foundation for future mobility frameworks, in terms of actually improving connectivity in the city and the urban core, is going to be huge, is going to be a fantastic investment from the taxpayers. So not all of those projects work out that way, but we're really excited to get launching and get going after years of preparation and work building towards this. So I started at BEEP a little over 2 years ago, and to what my boss Joe said earlier, trying to fit the regulatory and policy pieces together that are not designed to allow these kinds of things to happen. You know, there's millions of pages of federal regulations. There's tens of thousands, if not millions of pages of U.S. code. And if you want to find a way to stop something from happening, you can thumb through those pages and find a way to do it. But much credit to the JTA team and the folks that are involved in this project to actually get it to a point where they have navigated that path successfully to be able to actually prove this out and really showcase to the country, to the world, what we're capable of. So,
Mike?
Mike Friedberg, I'm a partner at Holland & Knight, where I help lead the transportation lobby team. I was on the Hill, as always, and I was on the Appropriations Committee for Transportation, and then I went to the T&I committee where Alex's boss was a member of the committee. I started about 10 years ago, and one of our clients, or both of our clients, is JTA, and RTC of Southern Nevada, and coincidentally, they got the first build grants on this. So that kind of got us introduced to kind of the possibility. Want to bring up that we also do drones, and why that's important is we started with a company called Wing a couple years before the build grant and Waymo, and you see the same parallels to that. And why I say that is there were so many regulatory hurdles of getting drones out. There were so many there's still hurdles, but Wing has now partnered with Walmart, and they're actually shipping it, right? So like, the cool part is it might be 2 years away, but like seeing those partnerships happen where the technology is the new asphalt, where needs to be invested, and that's kind of what makes me go to work each day. So I see that. The hardest part is the regulatory regime right now is built to really retard investment for this. So all you hear is a testament of trying to get past those, right? These regulatory policies were written in the 70s a lot of time, in 80s, where it was just supreme bus society. So that's what we're up against, but it's amazing seeing all these people here, and excited to be here.
Frank?
Wow, that's depressing. So my name is Frank Martz, and I'm the city manager and CEO of the city of Altamont Springs, which is just north of Orlando. We have been operating autonomous vehicles for 2 years. We're into our third year. And our city, not unlike JTA or anyone else who's looking to adopt something different, bad regulation or ill-cited regulation just stops you. And the difference between a place like Altamont Springs, which is relatively small but pretty intent, and a JTA, which is a very, very large organization, is that you have to be able to explain why you're doing what you're doing, to be able to kind of support changes in regulation. We've been partnered with Beep now for 2 years. They are the implementer and operator of crane rides. Happy to be part of ACE's Mobility Coalition because it gives voice for a small city like ours to have a platform on the national level and be able to explain that bad regulation stands in the way of technologies like autonomous vehicles, which avoid legacy infrastructure. You spend billions of dollars building a barrier between two communities. Autonomous vehicles can adjust every 2 or 3 weeks as the changing needs of your community emerge. And there are so many regulations that are in the way for a local government like ours that has the ability to fund transit and has partnerships with if you've heard digital twins a few times. We're deeply involved in 6 or 7 of them, developing data to be able to tell our story. So as the regulatory environment changes, it's important for everybody in this room to be an advocate for those who are trying to do something innovative, something new, something different. And as a smaller city manager, it's very important to me to be able to position our city to be sustainable. We are in Florida a unicorn. We are completely debt-free. We run like a business. Almost 85% of our revenue comes from something other than property taxes. So we have the ability to innovate. We opened an innovation lab with the hopes that we can develop some data-driven collaborations with private sector partners that inform regulators. And that includes not just those who are at the federal level, but it also includes those who are at the state level. We're very fortunate in Florida that we have very understanding Secretary of Transportation. We have been blessed by many of them who have been willing to push the envelope. But you know, while these guys all work in Washington, I grew up outside of Washington and ran the hell away. And largely, the thing that I took away from growing up in that area and having done some work there as well is it's very hard to make the unique argument to capture somebody's attention to be able to convince them what changes need to be made. It's a lonely place. So platforms like this, panels like this, audiences like you form a really critical bridge between those of us who are trying to change things for the ecosystem of autonomous vehicle folks. But it's really important to bridge the gap to the communities that could be made better by this type of technology, who may never see it if the regulations don't have some common sense examples to rely on to base change.
Thank you, Frank. So let's turn the page a little bit on this to kind of talk about what we're seeing and the momentum around the regulatory process and the legislative process. And I do want to mention that, you know, as Alex said, we received the U.S. Build Grant under the Trump administration in 2018. So we've really been at this for a while now and working to try and move this particular type of technology in transportation forward. With that being said, you know, I want to say that the state of Florida really has been forward thinking through Governor DeSantis's leadership, through our state legislature's leadership, Senator Brandis, Representative Fisher, Senator Yarborough is here with us today, in really wanting to encourage innovation and the advancement of innovation and technology within Florida. And so I wanted to say that because I think oftentimes we get discouraged, especially those of us that have been working on this for so long, in trying to turn this very large ship around. But I think in just the recent months we've seen with the announcement of the AV framework by Secretary Duffy, you know, really focusing in on that. And so Alex and Mike, if you could kind of talk a little bit about that and the announcement that came out around the framework, and then Scott, if you want to weigh in as well, and Frank, that'd be great. Alex?
Sure, yeah, thank you. It does, I feel like, a little bit of a broken record sometimes, talking about the different regulatory pieces that we are still working through and still trying to close out. I have to temper my frustration and remind myself that we're trying to do something that has never been done before, and that makes me feel a little bit better. We still want to get things done quickly. As far as what has changed on the legislative and regulatory front, there's been no new AV law passed. There's been no major rulemaking done in this administration. What has changed is the prioritization of AVs. It is now a priority to innovate in America. It is not a priority to regulate. It is a priority to use the regulatory process to advance innovation rather than regulate for the sake of regulation in some cases. So how an administration uses the existing authority they already have is really meaningful. To your point, Secretary Duffy mentioned that they're going to leverage some of the Part 555 pieces, the AVEP program, Some of the tools that were put in place in the previous Trump administration that were leveraged during the Biden administration, but not necessarily to their maximum effect in either. So I think they're revisiting how to really leverage those two programs to be able to encourage American manufacturing of vehicles, encourage broader, more widespread deployment of AVs. And you can do a lot without having to pass a major piece of legislation. There is a major piece of legislation coming down the pipeline, and one that ACES, the Mobility Coalition, is actively focused on shaping and influencing to advance AV policy in. But the biggest change I've seen is just a prioritization of we want to support AV deployments, and that makes a big difference.
Alex, for the benefit of the audience, can you kind of give a little bit more specific around, because we have a lot of acronyms and then, you know, a lot of terms that everybody may not be familiar with. When you say Part 555, can you kind of just briefly explain exactly what that has to do with?
Yes, so there are currently two ways to basically get the approval to operate an autonomous vehicle in the US. You either have to use a temporary import process that involves the EPA, Department of Homeland Security, and NHTSA at DOT. And prior to about 3 months ago, it had to be a foreign vehicle. It had to be an imported vehicle. The administration saw that and said, well, that doesn't make much sense. Let's make sure you can use that if you have an American vehicle too. The other piece is the Part 555 process. And so typically, you know, traditionally it's been used as an exemption for a specific non-compliant piece of a vehicle with federal motor vehicle safety standards. So it's, you know, your rear view mirror is slanted this way, your side door mirror is a little bit different shaped. It's small technical things. It's not an entire vehicle category. And so the regulators have been very hesitant to use that on a broader scale to sort of usher in this new form of manufacturing. Holon is actually, knock on wood, going to be, hopefully in the not too distant future, the first passenger AV that is approved to operate on public roads by the federal government, which is a really, really big deal, not just for the city, but for the industry and the company. But that's the two pathways people have. GM worked on that with the Origin. There was Cruise that tried to go through that process. And then Neuro, there have been 3. Neuro passed, the other 2 withdrew, and so far as I know, Holon is the only active participant right now in the program. So it's going to be a big proof point for the administration to advance that approval through that process, demonstrate that there is a pathway for Holon and other future vehicle manufacturers in this country. And I think it'll be a watershed moment where people start to realize, oh, we can build this in America. There is a pathway now that's demonstrated, whereas before there was no roadmap, there was no timeline, there was no pathway.
I kind of, want to bring up a little history of why momentum. So the number one goal of government is to not make a mistake, right? If you take it that, it's really hard to get to yes, because they're not incentivized to get things done in a way that provides any risk to the government. So that's the bar. Well, I started my career at the Office of Management and Budget. It was the best job I ever had because all I did was say no to everybody. It's great. Imagine with your kids.
So it's
awesome.
changed.
Yeah, right? Exactly. So my friends at OMB have gotten direction from the OMB director to get to yes on technology. And that is super hard for the shift in tone and atmosphere. But when we're meeting with these folks, the previous administration was still reluctant to get to that yes. They were always finding flaws and saying, you have to get back before we do it. This administration, there's many flaws and everything, is trying to get to yes. So when we go to NHTSA for the Part 555 meetings, we're preparing everybody saying, here's what they're going to do. They're like, no, we want this done. All right, we're going to help you get this done. Now there's a lot of stuff that we have to do with FTA. I wrote down all the jurisdictions of all the different departments that we have to get through, so it's still a big process, but the momentum is in the attitude. Now, it's our job to keep that attitude up. As you know, they've lost a lot of employees, so sometimes just getting butts in the seats of actually filling out these paperwork is really hard. It makes no sense. I feel like I went to law degree to do that, get meetings, but that is where we are. But we are getting a lot of reception from this administration and the politicals that they put in that they want this done. So that's where I see the momentum. Now, if we keep it up, just like you're seeing with the FAA, they want to invest in the new air traffic control system, we need to bring that industry kind of chutzpah to this. Because FTA, that's where the funding is. Right now, it is hard to get funding for these projects. Our job is to make it actually easy. The administration wants it, but the current regime is fighting against that. The current regulatory regime, not the people, but and the careers. So that's where we are, and that's where the momentum is.
So I'd just add one thing. I mean, Mike's exactly right. The easiest thing to do in Washington is say no. And that's exactly why the coalition was created. Because what happens at OMB, what happens in the Hill, what happens in the administration, is when you have a series of people who come through with their asks, if they're not consistent, it's very easy to say no, because the next person's going to ask for something that's slightly different than that. And so that was what was happening a number of years ago. The industry wasn't coalesced. And so I was, like Mike, actually, we happen to be representing many of the same clients, BEEP, JTA, RTC Southern Nevada, and CCTA, and they were frustrated because they weren't making any progress. And they came and said, well, what do we need to do? And the answer, I had run a number of trade associations before, and the answer was you need to have your own organization, and it needs to be very specific. It needs to be targeted around autonomous vehicles, and you need to have credible voices at the table. And so, because a major trade association, APTA, for example, which is many of us are represented by APTA and participants in APTA. In fact, Mr. Ford was just named the chair of their AV committee, which is a very big deal. They have to represent a lot of different organizations with a lot of different interests. And so what we decided to do was to create an interest that an organization that focused just on this interest. So the second thing we were able to do is to hire the top lobbying shop in Washington, Holland and Knight, Mike Freeberg, to represent us. So when we went into the room, we had credibility, but we also had a common message. Every part of the ecosystem, all of the public transit agencies, the technology companies, the infrastructure companies, we're all on message. And so if it's a member of Congress, if it's a member of NHTSA, if it's a member of the Federal Transit Administration, they couldn't say, well, no, because BEEP's coming in and they're asking for something different. Or they couldn't say, well, CCTA is asking for something different, because we were all on message. And that's made a huge difference. It made a huge difference. In 18 months last year, under Mike and Alex's leadership, we actually got language in both appropriations bills in 2025. We have language requests in 2026. We influenced a number of pieces of regulation, and we were nothing. I mean, we started out with 4 members, but we had a seat at the table largely because of because of the credibility we brought, and we had a common message. And that's part of how you get to yes. And I say part of it because I don't really understand the sausage making that Mike and Alex do for a living. I mean, it's really hard stuff, and it's like working deals, and it's stuff that you've got to be wired a certain way to be able to do. But
That's a nice way to put it. Huh? That's a nice way to put it.
Exactly. But I do know that taking away the excuses to say no is really part of the solution, and which is why we were created.
And I'll add one thing to Florida. You guys are the hotbed of AV policy. More and more, it is all driven from the state and locals. So why it's so important, hold on, chose Jacksonville is politicians, and I know we have some in the room, I apologize for saying this, love to take credit for jobs. So we want to give them that credit, right? So Rutherford, Bean, the whole delegation, Ashley Moody, Rick Scott, the governor, like that's what we need to do. So having these jobs, having 400 people register for this is like so important because anecdotes work in DC. I wish data worked a little more, but it doesn't. Anecdotes work, and having those manufacturing jobs, having next week is huge. So that's why it's kind of super important to kind of grow from the bottom up in the state, local, and then federal.
So just 2 comments on that. I mean, next week is huge, not only for all the reason we're here, but it's the first time that you put autonomous vehicles into revenue service in the United States. And then the other thing that's huge is Frank Martz from Altamont Springs has been operating autonomous vehicles for 2 years. So there were a lot of research projects and a lot of demonstration projects, but represented here with JTA and Altamont Springs, you have 2 actual deployments that are operating and will be operating, and the first one in revenue service.
And so to kind of dig in a little bit related to the local level, and I do want to recognize Councilmember Michael Boylan. I know he walked in a little while ago. And then Councilmember Rockman Johnson, who walked in as well. And I know Mr. Ford recognized them earlier, but it is so very important to work with our local elected officials. And we need their support, obviously. And there have been those milestones along the way in working with our local city council and the mayor's office across 2 different administrations. Just the real support around our autonomous vehicle program. From a funding perspective, from a policy perspective. So with that being said, Frank, can you kind of talk about, as city manager of Altamont Springs, talk about how you have worked locally with, I'm sure, your commission, and talk about their support of what you all are doing there.
So I think one of the most important things to be able to translate and narrate is why is the city of Altamont Springs taking public funds to explore and deploy alternative transportation and not doing a park program or not doing something that a smaller constituency wants? And it's a really great question. We get it a lot. You know, why don't you do this thing for me? You're doing this autonomous vehicle thing. And I've talked to Nat and Greer before just about, people who are the naysayers, the people who really plug in to just criticizing everything. And it comes in a couple of parts. The first is, you have to build credibility for success in every other way in the local government. You have people who run for office and represent the community on your board. And having that first level credibility is really, really important. Being transparent, being honest, sometimes being brutally honest. And that is really key component. But once you get past that, once you get your local board, your state representatives and state senators, we're very fortunate to have great ones in our area, your congressional representatives informed, and you have to execute. I mean, that is the key. You have to be able to do it. And we have a couple of phrases in Altamont Springs. I mean, we're a really, really small place, but we swing pretty high above our pay grades. And we say there's no reward for risk in government to our business community. I'm sure many of you are Floridians. I wrote some of the legislation to create what's called mobility plans and fees. It fundamentally changes and moves development away from using impact fees and into a place where mobility and transit and multimodalism can have a value. And if you can get your local community, your commission, your community comfortable with what you're doing is investing in their future. I said brutally honest, I'll tell you brutally honest. When I go to community meetings and I'm getting some pushback, one of the things I always say is you're gonna die. And one day your kids are gonna take possession of your house. And the difference in value may be funding somebody's cancer treatments or paying for braces or buying somebody's, tutoring or something like that. And we communicate to people that this type of investment's personal. It's going to have a benefit to your family, those people who come behind you. And that honesty, the support of your commission, the execution, the excellent execution that we've enjoyed with BEAT, those are the precursors to caring about legislative issues and regulatory issues. From a local government level, I think the bottom-up part that Mike had mentioned is really important. Anecdotes matter. And if you are too shy to be the anecdote for success, then you're in the wrong conference.
Frank, you're about to launch your second phase of crane rides, right?
Yeah, actually, we launched the second phase of our Crane Rides project. We are in the process of scheduling out and implementing our third phase that will connect with Sunrail. Sunrail is Central Florida's commuter rail project. It will eventually have 6 modes of transportation feeding into it. And we want to go past that and serve a community that is historically underserved. It's a historically black community. I grew up in a place just like this place, and it has half parking spaces at a park. I mean, nothing says I don't care like not putting in infrastructure. So putting in premium transit is going to be an opportunity to, Florida, the argument about the word diversity is an interesting word, and we use it often. I played professional baseball. I never played on an all-white team. And being able to provide effective, reliable, Joe Moy said safe, alternative transportation and access to jobs, man, that is a rewarding feeling when you are bringing a solution to people who have been desperate for a solution but have never heard of this one.
Scott, I know, you said you started out with 4 members. Obviously, ACES is growing as other local communities get involved across the country within the autonomous vehicle space. And so I know you touched briefly on just legislative recommendations and legislation that you're putting forward. Can you talk a little bit about the SAM Act?
Yeah, actually, Alex and Mike would be better off because Mike is actually in the process of, he's lined up 2 sponsors and is in the process of kind of negotiating the language as we speak because you've heard sausage making, so I'd actually defer to these guys because Mike is really right in the middle of it.
Okay, so we got 2 members, and the way the bills work in DC is you really want a Republican and a Democrat to co-sponsor the bill, and then basically that's where you start retail politics and get as many co-sponsors as possible. But you need the first 2, and we have them. It's Representative Kiley from California and Representative Skolton from Michigan. Why that's important is Michigan is home of the kind of OEM space, huge in automotive thing. And Kylie actually is Ivy League, he claims he's a technologist. So this is great because you need 2 people, not just to support it, but to fall on their sword for it, right? We need 2 folks to do that because they're going to be the ones talking to the members on the House floor saying, hey, can you sign in on this? Because the more people you get, the easier it is to pass, right? It's math. What we're trying to do is to make the regulations easier. So for one thing, and you're better at it, is Altoona testing, right? There is a regulation that says testing has to be done before you apply for the grant. Well, we can't get the money to buy the vehicle if we have to test that we don't have the vehicles because it's new technology. So what we want to do is move that farther to the right and say, hey, maybe if we get the money, we'll have it tested, but maybe at deployment. Not maybe at deployment, but deployment. So that's one of them. You want to go up?
Yeah, I think, you know, the way we looked at this bill, of course, like Mike said, we wanted to be bipartisan, but we kind of thought through our repository of meetings we'd had throughout the years and inventoried where were the problems, where were the choke points, and, you know, you'd have a meeting and you say, well, of course, the congresswoman says, well, how can I help, right? And we didn't want to come with a new problem every meeting. We wanted to put those in a list and say, let's solve this all at once, because they span jurisdictions. Some of them are the Federal Transit Administration, some of them are NHTSA, some of them are outside of DOT, some of it's funding, some of it's the authorization piece. So there's all these different entities that are responsible for different pieces of this. So the idea was, let's inventory all the problems we've had, and let's have one piece of paper, maybe a couple of pieces of paper, that solves for those and puts us on a path to broader deployment, broader manufacturing in the country. And so, yeah, you know, a big part of the next, let's say, I guess a year, will be recruiting co-sponsors for this bill. Bipartisanship is, at least on the transportation committees, is still a very big deal. I remember when I worked for my boss, we would bring an idea to the chairman, who at the time was Bill Schuster, and you know, I worked for a pretty moderate Republican member, but he'd say, great, sounds like a great idea. Where's your Democrat? You know, bring me a Democrat. And he'd say the same thing, the Democrats would say the same thing for the Republicans. You had to bring a Democrat to the table. You had to bring a Republican to the table with your idea. You had to recruit them and get buy-in from them first. And so that process went by the wayside for the last few years, but Chairman Savin-Graves is bringing that back for the surface transportation reauthorization, which is coming this next year. So that's why the bipartisanship piece is so important. And with the surface transportation reauthorization bill, probably important note to hit on, about every 5 years or so, Congress completely has a greenfield to reauthorize, refund, reprioritize the federal transportation program. Every federal transportation program out there. And so it gives us an opportunity to get in and leverage some of this new technology and new information that we have from the past 5 years to make the system work better moving forward for the next 5 years.
So we just add a couple of things.
Yeah, one minute, there's money in it too.
Yeah, that was one of the things.
There's a $100 million grant program that would be authorized to get some of these, you know, the members of ACES. There was a program that we helped lobby for that got $60 million, and it was in 2018, 2019. We're extending that to make it, though, for not a pilot, but actually deployment of this technology.
So it's you're playing multi-level chess. I mean, so we're talking about the SAM Act, which will ultimately get folded into reauthorization. We're talking about appropriations bills, where we can accomplish things on a one-year cycle. We're talking about executive action that the administration can take, that it hasn't taken before, that it's willing to take. And so we're working at every level at the federal level, not only Congress, but the administration and appropriations, authorizing. And so these guys are pretty busy.
Well, I think that concludes our time that we have this morning. Thank you. Frank, did you want to close with anything?
Just to say that we're all in this together, no matter how big or small we are at the federal, state, or local level. If you don't have the money, it doesn't matter about the regulation. If you have regulatory barriers, it doesn't matter if you have any money. And in my business, it's about sustainable communities and getting people around. So we all have a vested interest in finding a way to not just join together, but also and speak with the same voice, but also demonstrate those little micro successes that build those anecdotes that help at the federal level.
Well, thank you to each one of you for the work that you're doing in this space. We definitely couldn't do it without you. And with that, we are done.
One more round of applause, please, for Jessica Shepler and her esteemed panel. Thank you. And we continue with another intriguing topic, advancing AV integration. And this time we have a spotlight on new technology and solutions. Let's give a very warm welcome right now to our moderator. We have this time Mr. Joe Ayakabuchi. Is so much fun to say. I'm going to say it again. So nice, we're going to do it twice. Joe Ayakabuchi, Vice President of Thailand. And we also have a panel of tech visionaries. We have Fabio Thailam, Vice President of Sales and Business Development at Guident. And we also have VP of National Connected and Automated Vehicle Technology Director, Michael Baker International. And we have Jim Katsafanis. And we also have Kelly McKay, Senior Account Executive with T-Mobile. We'll let you take it away. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And as everybody's coming up here, we'll just kind of give a brief overview as everybody makes their way to the stage. So kind of complementing the legislative with the technology solutions, we have a great panel here to discuss here to talk about safety and innovations in autonomous technology and looking at performance with real-time data and things like enabling autonomous shuttles with the 5G network, et cetera. So in order to do that, as was just discussed, we have an incredible panel here, kind of coming at it from different sides. So as we'll start off with presentations, and then we'll go to a Q&A. So this will be more of a traditional format, and so each speaker will be able to do that, and I'll introduce each of them one at a time here. But I'll just start by saying that incredibly grateful for JTA for hosting us with this, all the sponsors here, in addition to AV America, who always does a great job curating these types of discussions here. So just a special thanks to everybody. And this is an important topic as somebody who spent his career in the public transportation industry here for the last 2 decades. First as a senior executive at the Chicago Transit Authority, and now as a senior executive at TY Lin, leading a practice area that focuses on innovative mobility. Transit has a challenge. Between 2008 and 2018, even before the pandemic, the challenges the pandemic brought to the transit agency, we saw about a 6% director at Michael Baker International. And he leads the company's mobility technology solution practices, which provides advisory services and governing technologies for things like connected vehicles, digital infrastructure, vehicle electrification, but also things like advanced air mobility, things that might have not manifested yet commercially. Necessarily, Jim oversees all of that, and he serves as a board of directors at ITS America and also for the ACES Mobility Coalition. So get a quick round of applause for Jim. Jim.
All right, thank you. As mentioned, I work for Michael Baker International. Unlike my other panelists, and we are missing one panelist that couldn't make it today, but unlike the other panelists, I'm not a tech company. I'm a civil engineering consulting firm. So I'm normally tasked with trying to advise our infrastructure owner-operators on AV readiness or helping design infrastructure that's related to their projects that involve AVs. So I'm going to give it a perspective here, a little bit more high level, then I'll allow the others to dive a little bit deeper into some of what the things that they're doing and some of their technologies. But when we look at automated vehicles or autonomous vehicles themselves, we really think of it as taking the three transformational technologies and really melding them into one. In the case of, you've already heard a little bit, in the case of autonomous vehicles, most of them are electric. And why is that important is because we also have to include not only the infrastructure, but we have to automate that process as well. We want to leverage the technology to its greatest potential. And so if there's not somebody there to plug the vehicle in and charge it, we have to think beyond that. How do we automate that process? So that's an important component. And then on the connected side, a lot of the AV developers will tell you that they don't want to rely, their self-driving systems to rely on the infrastructure owner operator providing them data. But the reality of it is that they already are connecting GPS for positioning and navigation. They are using cellular networks to connect to their command center, to their operations, to their oversight, their monitoring, whatever level of oversight that they're using. So those things are already happening and already there. And I'll talk a little bit more at the end, a little bit more about connected vehicles and VDACs. We look at the use cases and the proliferation of robotics and autonomy in transportation, and it really falls into three primary areas, and it's continued to expand. But of course, we've talked a lot today already about transit, right? And fixed route transit is certainly a component, that first and last mile. When we talk about first and last mile, let's not talk about fixed time. Let's talk about on demand. Again, we want to harness the potential and the benefit of autonomous technology that allows us to, let's just Jaguars game, you need extra vehicles, and those can be summoned on demand and get there very quickly. You don't have to schedule a driver. Of course, you understand all that. Robo-taxis seem to, every week we hear a new city of deployment of robo-taxi, and just yesterday Tesla made their first dive into their robo-taxi and they deployed in Austin, Texas, I believe yesterday. The second area is logistics. So we've heard a lot about truck automation and things that are happening in Texas and the automation of long-haul freight. But really, what we have the opportunity here and what we're starting to see is how do we automate the entire supply chain? How do we make that entirely cohesive and improve resiliency of the supply chain? So connecting the ports to the intermodals, to the distribution, to the manufacturing point, the unloading, loading, the on-road transport, all of that being automated in one cohesive system. And then lastly is airports. So airports are a tremendous opportunity, of course, getting people on the land side to the terminal, to the employees to the terminal, to rental car facilities, but also on the air side, we're seeing the ability to handle some of the tasks that are previously handled by tugs, baggage tugs and things like that. And of course, on the air side, we have advanced air mobility or electric vehicle and takeoff vehicles that are actually are going to be autonomous in some time in the not too distant future. So as we talk about some of those expanding use cases around it, what are the advances in technology that are helping to enable that and enable those technologies to happen, or those use cases to happen? The very basic of of an autonomous system, very, very basic. We have the vehicle, we have the sensors, we have the software stack, and we have the hardware stack. And so when we're talking about the hardware, we have all the sensors that are gathering information. That's the cameras, the imaging radar, the LiDAR, the inertial measurement units, ultrasonic sensors, and those are all gathering data for the system to interpret that data. And our next-gen radar systems are becoming much more robust, where they can track smaller objects for longer distances and giving us increased fidelity and capabilities in complex environments. Similarly to that, on the LiDAR side, there's a lot of debate in the industry about whether LiDAR is needed for autonomous systems. But the reality of it is that we do need LiDAR outperforms radar in good conditions. So good lighting, good unobstructed view, LiDAR is superior. But LiDAR is advancing too, and some things that have been happening, such as solid state LiDAR, which eliminates the mechanical LiDAR that's very bulky, not cost effective, and also has the potential to break down because it is mechanical. So solid state has become a new technology that is advancing to the point where it's being used in autonomous systems. And that allows for more cost-effective, it's going to be easier to mass produce and mass deploy LiDAR technology. And then, further advancements are occurring in LiDAR, where we're starting to look at frequency modulated radar, which is actually, or LiDAR, I'm sorry, which is actually able to overcome some of the challenges of traditional LiDAR and be able to see further, and also better scalability. So what do I mean by scalability? Really about how do we take autonomous systems that are designed and learn in very fixed environments right now. That's what we have. That's why we deploy in different cities, in different areas, and don't go out of those boundaries. They're really not designed to be able to operate ubiquitously right now. So we have to use our capabilities in generative AI and new technologies to help make it scalable and learn from some of the things that we've done in these real-world deployments. So lastly, I just want to touch real quickly on VDEX communication. And really, probably the safest and the most effective way to deploy automated technology is to gather additional input from the infrastructure. And so by doing so, we could do that by actually VDEX can include V2V, so communication with other vehicles. So that could be through direct communication or communication within network communication. But if we're able to find more information about vulnerable road users, the status of traffic signals, or if there's a collision is imminent, we want to be able to do that and better enable a safer environment and make automated driving safer than human drivers.
Thank you, Jim. And we're going to go right through it to make up a little bit of time. And next we have Kelly McKay, who's Advanced Networking Solutions with T-Mobile. Kelly spent over 20 years at the forefront of innovation, communications, and technology. It's focusing on things like 5G, Internet of Things, digital transformations. And she's led high-impact teams that have basically taken the technology beyond, but identified real applications, and we're so excited to have her here to talk about what she's doing in the latest and delivering tomorrow today. Kelly.
Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you, JTA, for inviting us here today. So I'm going to go through this for a matter of time so we can move forward. So I'd be remiss in not talking about where we came from. How did we get here, right? So how did autonomous vehicles make it to prime time? So with that comes communication and sensors, starting back with 1G and 2G. back in the 1980s to the 2000s. Then we go to our second gen, right? With GPS, advanced machine learning, urban roads, lights, traffic. Then we go to our third generation. This is when things started really moving, right? With AI, big data. We really started talking about connectivity and 5G, edge computing. And for some of us, it was white knuckling our Blackberries and not wanting to give them up. And I think there's some of us would love to have that Blackberry back. But those were the times. And where we are today, here we are today deploying autonomous vehicles and using cellular connectivity so we can communicate and deliver the ideal situation, right, with the least amount of risk. And then what comes next? What comes next is 6G, quantum compute, AI on a very much even more robust level. And then there's really, and I hate to say this, but no human input that'll be needed. It's self-learning. And that's the point where we want to get to. But how do we get there? And choosing the right network is vitally important. And it's all about having that standalone 5G network. And a lot of people are asking, why is that so important? It really gives us the ability to do voice over NR and really that higher order carrier aggregation, being able to bond the different levels of spectrum. Also incorporating network slicing and really finding those attributes of what is needed. And private networks, which is what we're doing today with JTA and Miller Electric and Balfour Beatty, and really deploying that on our 5G network. And having it being standalone, and having that first standalone network that is out there today gives us the ability to be able to scale and give us the ability to be flexible in how we move and change and actually scale and be flexible for JTA as they decide to move into the neighborhoods, into more development. And that brings us to what we're doing here today and what we're talking about today and how we're doing it on the private network that's being built. So part of what we're doing and why we can do it is the amount of spectrum assets we have at T-Mobile. We have an abundance of it, more than any carrier out there today. So we're able to take that spectrum and develop this private network. And we actually can use different spectrum elements, so we can use N41 and N19 and take it. We can actually take them and point them in different directions, right? To improve the risk. We talked a lot about risk today and risk to the public. And we wanted to make sure we minimize that risk with the design in our network. So with that, we also have, it goes right back to, communicates back to the head end at the AIC. So all that communication that's happening in that bus, that data has to travel somewhere. And it's traveling over that fiber and traveling over the infrastructure that Miller Electric has built. And it's been a pleasure working with the team in deploying this. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to the next person. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kelly. And great overview. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions. One thing I did want to mention too before we get to our last speaker is that we'll open this session up to the audience. So after Fabio is done, if anybody has any questions, I think we have a couple people raise your hand. We can come around with a microphone for you. So, but and the other point I wanted to make too is that unfortunately, as Jim mentioned, we had one panelist that couldn't make it. So just want to recognize that Pierre Buffont from Blue Systems, who is going to be here, works on digital policy, things of those nature. So just want to thank them, but due to travel plans, could make it last minute here. It's my honor to introduce our last speaker here, Fabio Tailim. Fabio is the VP of Sales and Business Development at Guident, who is all over here. You guys are omnipresent, Fabio, so you don't need too much of introduction. But Fabio spent his career in innovation, has spent his background from telecom industry previously, but has looked at competitive advantages for AV fleets and operators via remote monitoring and control centers, and leads the business development for Guident in that nature. So I'll turn it over, Fabio.
Good morning. I'm going to be brief. I know lunch is between this presentation and the next 15 minutes, but we're going to make it quick. I'm with Guident, South Florida company based in Boca Raton. We're a startup, been in business for about 6 years. I'm going to speak about making autonomous vehicles safer. As we move and scale from SA level 3 to 4, and first last mile fix and on demand, we're going to have to start thinking about pulling the driver, a safety driver, out of the vehicle to realize the benefits and the promises of autonomy. Now the challenge is that we're still going to have significant number of edge cases or corner cases that we're going to have to deal with. And what we do at Guident is provide a software stack to guarantee a safe service continuity. And we do that by monitoring the fleets of autonomous vehicles on the road, also providing communications with the passengers, and also being able to control. So when the vehicle gets stuck, being able to resolve those edge cases. To do that, we have to be agnostic to the multiple autonomous vehicle platforms and autonomous driving systems. And we do that through this type of setup. It's a remote monitoring control center. This is a picture of our control center in Boca Raton, but we provide these to our customers. So a software stack, what it does is provide the ability to, again, monitor and control. The control features are steering, throttling, braking, pedals, shifting, signals, doors. In reality, any type of integration we can do to whatever the vehicle or the ADS system provides. And we're integrated and collecting data all the time and presenting these multiple dashboards that give us information of all sorts on the route, as well as the health of the vehicles themselves, information where we can display in dashboards in real time, like doors open, if there is a signal degradation, for example, or anything that actually the vehicle reports, like perhaps low pressure in a certain tire. I'm sharing here basically this is thank you, an integration that we've done with Atastech. We're showing here a bus being teleoperated remotely from our office in Boca Raton. The remote monitoring control center, and the bus being in Michigan State University in East Lansing. And actually, this is a demo we're doing outside, so on the break, you guys can come and see how we do that. But this is one of the use cases. The idea is that the remote control operator only assists the vehicle when the vehicle requests assistance. So when an edge case is presented, the vehicle issues an alarm, and then that's when the remote control operator interacts with the platform. So here's an architectural drawing. This presentation is a little technical. And what you see here is the communications from the vehicle to the remote control operating center. And that can be done through a private network, like Kelly just discussed, or public 5G, but as well satellite. We actually have a lot of work, integration on satellite, on GEO, LEO, and MEO orbits in conjunction, in cooperation, collaboration with Space Florida. And that's critical because once we extend from the urban setting to the rural setting, we need complete guaranteed communications, and private public networks may not be able to provide that, and satellite could satisfy that. The idea is that the remote control operator is controlling a bus, but to scale, it will have to monitor a fleet of autonomous vehicles. And the way this works is that we have a remote control operator assigned to multiple vehicles on an N-to-1 ratio, N vehicles per one remote control operator. And also we envision that the fleet operators are going to be providing services not only in the large format, but also in different formats, from the small 4-seater, 6-seater, all the way to the purpose-built shuttles. That requires that the remote control center is integrated to all the platforms out there. Here we show the 5 autonomous vehicle platform and IDS systems that we're integrated with, and we're all present here, Perron Robotics, Omeo, Ovitech, Oxa, and Atastec, and they satisfy the entire possibilities of autonomy that are there. So all being controlled from the same remote monitoring control software from the same stack. Here we're gonna show another use case. The critical part of deploying and going to level 4 is the ability to keep the human in the loop. As we remove the safety driver, we need to be able to communicate with the passengers and let them know what's going on. This is a use case where the vehicle encounter obstruction, an edge case. It actually called for the safety operator for assistance. And if you notice, the safety operator through the passenger communications module interacts with the passengers to let them know what is happening and takes control, puts the vehicle around, goes around the obstacle, and then puts the vehicle back on the fixed route and for it to continue on its mission. And then, it continues, it communicates with the passengers to let them know at all times what's going on. So some of the safety features are dynamic trajectory guidelines for the remote operator, the bird's eye view, also driving with ISA, the intelligent speed assistant that is ensuring that the vehicle goes at a certain maximum speed, range locks, and when possible, when the platform offers it, being able to drive with the sensors on. It's always short distance, a very low speed. Another module developed by Guident is the Predict and Prevent module. So we have 3 types of incident risk levels. Green, everything is normal. Yellow, something may happen. And red is when the vehicle requires assistance. So to enrich the software stack, what we do is real-time data integration to different types of platforms, including real-time weather and traffic, work zones information, and first responders. And this way, this Predict and Prevent module can alert the remote control operator of possible situations that may happen. The other thing we're doing is we're virtualizing the remote monitoring. So we're taking the digital twins. There's going to be a presentation now about the JTA digital twin for a basic corridor. But the idea is to be able to take the digital twin and add an application layer in relation to transit. So trust that the public needs to trust our solutions, we had to keep that human in the loop. And teleoperations offers that, and also constant passenger communication. The other thing that teleoperation resolves is a workforce development problem. And what it does is provide a path to move the operators from the bus to the actual desktop. And the basic case for it is virtual towing. There's nothing more anxiety-provoking than someone sitting in a Waymo in intersection and cars honking at the Waymo and it's not moving. So it's very important that we have the teleoperation capabilities to move the vehicle to the side of the road to prevent traffic obstruction and being in the news. So, wrapping it up, a big shout out to the JTA automation team. It's been working really hard over the last 6 months, and we're a week away from a fascinating experience for everybody. We certainly have come a long way and beyond our grandparents' wildest dreams. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Fabio, and thank you, everybody on the panel, for your great presentations here. We have about 10 minutes or so to take questions from the audience. So if you have any questions, please just raise your hand, and somebody will come around with a microphone. But I'm going to start off with, since we're talking about technology, some future predictions, and I'll start with you, Jim. So Jim, you discussed all these different use cases, and I think the one thing that people are interested in is when are autonomous vehicles going to be scaled to the factor where OEMs will offer them to anybody who wants to buy them, and then people will start to adopt them. Any thoughts about your prediction on when that will happen?
Assuming my mic works, yep. Well, Marcus actually had a 13-year timeline this morning, which mine's a little bit longer. So if we assume like within the next year or so that we get level 4 capabilities in a passenger vehicle, which we're still not quite there yet, we're probably going to see the development of the technology at the higher end models. It's going to take some time before we start to see it go in the entire model lineup. And the average fleet, or the average age of a vehicle is 11.5 years. So take that into account. It's going to be 23 years before we ever see fleet turnover. So with just some quick math in my head, we're probably talking about 2050, 2055 before we would see mass deployment of AVs across everybody owning one. I think that's where we're at now. Where we might see the technology, that we can go buy one, I still think we're a little ways off. Let's see how some of these other use cases go, and then I think at some point we can get beyond level 2 plus, level 3, get into level 4, maybe in the next 5 years or so.
Great, and I'm going to just kind of pivot over to Fabio, because I'd like to compare that with your predictions of when we might reach, go from level 3 and make the jump to level 4, when people could expect that.
Yes. So we saw that Tesla is launching a fleet of robotaxis with teleoperation, so momentum is there. In regards to transit, public transit, we really need some regulation support. 21 states in the United States actually have a teleoperation-related regulation. 5 states, including Florida, have a mandate of teleoperation when you remove the safety driver of the vehicle. Now, a couple of countries in Europe are already allowing this year to be able to remove the safety driver. So what we're doing at Guident is supporting the effort and regulations. So we, last week...
work as well. I think it's a really interesting topic.
So the topic of 6G is just hitting the very top of the surface. So I really don't have a whole ton to kind of reference on 6G yet. I think we're still a few years away from 6G. But when we're talking about the importance of 5G, it's not just the importance of 5G, and I think I mentioned it in my slides about having it be a standalone 5G network. And a lot of people don't understand that you can have 5G here locally, but what you really need is a 5G core. And that's something T-Mobile has deployed. And it's what's making this network and the design we built less risky, right? You need to make sure that you are about as risk-free as can be when putting out these autonomous shuttles. That communication needs to stand firm at all times. So what we're able to do is really have that standalone network with that core to be able to have that consistency, the low latency, provide the bandwidth that JTA needs to ensure all that communication gets back to the AIC. Not only that, we can add on the private network that we're deploying and then specialize and kind of branch off of that, right? So we talk about flexibility and scalability, taking network slicing as the next step. Now, how do we use that network slicing? That is all about the attributes in that network slice. So what do we need to do? Do we need to do video? If we need to do video streaming in those vehicles, those have specific attributes, and those are some of the things that are coming up in the future. We've already deployed our first network slice, which is for first responders, which is T priority. So those are really the importance of 5G.
Great, great. Thank you, Kelly. And any questions from the audience?
Hi, I have a question. My name is Amanda. Given the multiple AV use cases, which I believe Jim posed at the beginning of the presentation, and maybe this is a question for everybody, what domains present the highest complexity for deployment and why? And the AV use cases that were introduced were transit, logistics, and airport, which I think are all very present in Jacksonville.
I'll give my quick answer. So any domain that we can control the environment the best is going to be the one that's going to be the easiest to deploy in. So in the case of, let's just say, an airport, and you're getting the terminal to the parking lot and back, if you can make it a dedicated roadway, it's going to operate much more easily and efficiently, and you can deploy it without having to do it in mixed traffic. Just one example. So I think that is, where the focus is going to be first to reduce the complexity.
I just want to add, in our case in Guident, we deploy teleoperation on autonomous vehicle projects in different verticals. So, for example, we're working in a mining-related project where the ODD is very controlled. You don't have people crossing the street. You don't have cats maybe running in front of the vehicle. So that's a good example of like a very controlled space where it's very easy. Going to transit in the public way, obviously, is the other extreme, I would say.
And from our perspective, we are working with many different clients, right? So we're seeing in a campus environment, so universities, we're also having discussions with hospitals for different campus environments where these hospitals are developing almost these little mini cities where they need to transport, the families that are staying there and the housing and how they get them back and forth to the hospital when needed. So we're seeing all these different autonomous needs, also in logistics, right? So for some of those very large delivery companies, everyone's talking, not just autonomous vehicles, but maybe more, robotics and maybe autonomous delivery vehicles, maybe on a smaller scale.
Hi, my name is Adil Nassim. I'm with Telemon Corporation. We're a system integrator. I just wanted to ask, my question is for Kelly in regards to the 5G core. What is one of the main advantages over 4G or 5G cores that you guys are taking advantage of in this project that is a differentiating factor from traditional telecommunications?
So having so when you talk about going from a 5G to a 4G core, I would ask, why would you want to go backwards? Right? So you're starting in this great technology with 5G, with all the attributes and everything that 5G is going to give you, the bandwidth, the latency, and taking that, and as you bring it back to a 4G core, there's going to be things that are missed. You're going to start experiencing lower latency, and that's not something in this environment that it can't tolerate those misses and having that low latency compromised. So that's the importance of being able to have that 5G core. Now you're looking at that consistency straight through from here to the core and back. That's what you need to ensure the consistency of that communication.
Great. I think you can do one last question if there is one. Back there.
Hi, my name is Jake. I'm with a group of undergraduates from the University of Florida doing a National Science Foundation research experience focused on secure, accessible, and sustainable transportation. My question is for Mr. Thailand. When we were looking at the teleoperations, it looks like it's mostly like a one-to-one thing, so you have a particular person at the screen looking at a particular vehicle, and maybe the goal in the future would be to move towards not having that person at all. Is there an intermediate step where you might have one person operating multiple vehicles at the same time, and sort of what's that path looking like?
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. It's a 1-to-n ratio. So one remote control operator assigned to n autonomous vehicles. So depending on the ODD and the customer, we've been experiencing 1 to 3 and 1 to 5 at the moment, depending on also on the vertical. But as the ADS technology gets better, that number should increase from 1 to 5, to 1 to 10, and eventually, who knows, right? 1 to 100 as the technology gets better. As we approach level 5, that ratio is going to continue to increase.
Great. Well, I don't want to hold anybody up for lunch. It probably wouldn't make anybody that popular on the panel here. So I just want to say this was a true insights from this group of fabulous technologists here. So Fabio, Jim, Kelly, thank you so much, and thank you, everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we have lunch, one quick note. Check your pockets, gentlemen. I have a wallet here that belongs to someone who may be from the great state of North Carolina. If that's you, come see me. Give me a name. I may have your wallet. All right. Well, we don't want you to miss something very, very special that's also coming up. Not just your fuel, your lunch, but how about this? We have the ongoing demonstrations and exhibitors from now until about 1:30. So right alongside that delightful lunch starting at 12:30, this is something we don't want you to miss, something that we've been talking about. And that's that special digital twin presentation that starts at 12:30. So where do you go so that you can participate? You go outside the doors, outside here in the gallery. That's to my right, your left. You go outside those doors and you follow it right around the front of the Pride Osborne Convention Center where you see the nice little fountain. And that's where you will find, for example, you're going to have Tesla, Safe Rider, Easy Raider, and Cubic. And there you are going to find a very engaging midday experience that awaits you. So we can't wait to see your faces when you come back here after experiencing that. And also, we don't want you to forget that at the end of our conference today, there are still tours of the Jacksonville Transportation Authority's Autonomous Innovation Center, or the AIC that's on Jefferson Street. So after 3:15, we will have 2 tours, one that starts at 3:15 and the other that starts at 4 o'clock. So what you will want to do is go back to the registration table that's at the front. That's to my left, your right. Go there, see the friendly faces that are there at the registration table, and you'll want to sign up for that. Very few have been there. You will be among the very, very first to experience this groundbreaking building. You don't want to miss your opportunity for a very special tour. So go there, sign up at the registration table for your tour today. There will be buses that will take you over there to Jefferson Street. We will see you outside for your digital twin experience, and enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. Enjoy.
Good afternoon. Please continue to enjoy your lunch as we bring up our next exciting panel to discuss the digital twin and our wonderful partnership with our team here. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our Vice President Chief Data Officer, Jason Montgomery, who will then introduce the panel. Jason?
It's one of those moments where you realize you really need to update your photo. Sorry about that. So as Cleveland said, I'm the head of data science here at JTA, Jason Montgomery, and it's my pleasure to introduce the next evolution of the JTA data journey. This is a journey that began with Mr. Ford's vision of provide survey-grade measurements for our construction projects, and ultimately even being able to empower other agencies in our community to help them be successful as well. So with that, I'd like to welcome ETM, our partners, Shane and Daniel, to walk you through what we've developed and give you a sneak peek into where we're headed next. Thank you.
Jason, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. First of all, I want to say thank you to Mr. Ford and Ms. Gillis, especially for your partnership and the development of the JTA Digital Twin. Had some incredible conversation about the future of this and what it's already solving today, including Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Smith as well. Thank you guys for the collaboration around this. Want to stress what Jason said and the commitment from JTA for innovation, for data-driven decisions that has really laid the foundation for a digital twin possibilities. So everything we're going to look at today is really bolstering the infrastructure that's been laid already by JTA and their commitment to infrastructure and to innovation. And so digital twin, is it a buzzword? Is it the next shiny thing? What does it do? What does it solve? Is it simply just a virtual representation of a real world environment, seeing on a computer screen and digitally what you can see with your eyes? Yes, it is. But it's so much more than that. And what we believe in our partnership with JTA and with other innovative organizations is that the digital twin is reinventing the way that we think about infrastructure management. There's actually value that can be pulled from a digital twin beyond just a virtual representation in the visual aspect. And so how do we do that? We build a digital twin by bringing disparate data sources from different places into one common location to be able to visualize and analyze. And so we think about infrastructure beneath the ground, in utilities that lives on as-builts, now seen and visualized in 3D with XYZ accuracy. We think about the natural terrain, contours, and the way that our land, our ever-changing land at a natural level, the built environment on top of that, from imagery, exterior buildings, buildings that are to come, the indoors. And then we think about IoT sensors from the autonomous network, from fixed bus routes, from other agencies, lake-level sensors, all of these different data sources that oftentimes live apart now in one location. And so by pulling all of this data together for a digital twin, we're able to answer questions like, does a proposed building create a line of sight problem for our drivers? What is the grade of the ground on proposed bus stops? What's the status of our assets? What assets are impacted by a natural disaster like a hurricane? We work closely with Altamont Springs. Frank Martz was up here earlier talking about his future planning for autonomous vehicle systems and different routes. And we had an awesome discussion on Friday about how he's using a digital twin in partnership with ETM and think about, does a future phase connect our passengers from existing modalities like the Sunrail, from the Sunrail to points of interest in restaurants, in hospitals, and how could that potentially save on capital expenditures so that people building infrastructure may not have the need for as many parking spaces or parking garages, right? That is the value of the digital twin, bringing all this together. And so you'll see some highlights here of the digital twin being built and in action today. The AIC building, which many of you will get to go tour here shortly. Line of sight analysis from the second floor of the AIC building. See shadow casting based on time of day and season. You'll see underground utilities, fiber, water mains, underground utilities spatially accurate in relation to the built environment. You'll see the fly through here, and then you'll see in just a moment going down street level, going inside the AIC building, using LiDAR to capture all this. You can take precise measurements inside and outside of your building. You'll see the integration of sensor data that is live right now into the twin. You'll see assets like the bus or the autonomous vehicle where you can jump into, navigate inside, find critical assets and click on the assets and hop over to the asset management system, managing that asset to find anything you want. Speed of access to data and information. And so there's many use cases for digital twin. Also, you see live video feeds here, the time lapse of the AIC building being built. Get to the right side. So many use cases when it comes to digital twin. I'm going to invite Shane, Geospatial Solutions Engineer here at ETM, to talk through some of those use cases. But really, we bucket them into three big buckets: multi-agency coordination, strategic planning, and infrastructure and asset management. So without stealing any thunder, I'll invite Shane up to talk through these.
Afternoon, all. I think I'm going to go through some heavy visuals, and it's really important from my perspective to send the message of functionality and built for purpose. So what we have is a system that's no longer conceptual for some of the innovative groups that we work with, like JTA. They're on the data journey. They're well along the evolution of their digital transformation lifecycle. They can adopt this readily. So one very important piece for me is that we don't go in and just sell a new thing, right? It's all built on existing systems, and we set up transformation workflows. We integrate with things like static documentation, existing analytics. We're playing in their court, and all of those systems integrate with everything we bring to the table from an agnostic perspective. So it's not a new software purchase. It's an integration exercise and an evolution. So I want to go through some of the specifics just so we get a sense of it really working. What does it do and how is it powerful? So we're showing here this evolution from data silos to systems. And it's a critical piece for interagency coordination. So you can see a subsurface slice right next to the AIC, right, just next to us here, where in the system we're interfacing with the fiber line in its real location, with water, with sewer in its real location. We're accessing metadata related to this infrastructure with a click. Now, we'll see this show up in a couple different ways. It's a highly modular environment, but what we're doing is bringing that otherwise disparate data into a unified environment. This is important for forecasting downstream impacts, full stop. It's very critical. We have an advanced technology implementation that is running on existing infrastructure. So now all these things are on their own life cycle. How do you manage that? If you're making a decision about one thing, it's going to impact another thing. And that visibility is very, very important. That's what we're enabling here, to view and interact with that infrastructure. Another knock-on effect, I kind of call it a symptom, right? It's like, this is a very precise environment, but there's also a lot of highly engaging visual components, and we use it just for stakeholder engagement, right? Alignment on active projects. So the projects that are going on now, in this case across Bay Street Corridor, and those proposed and planned in the future, we can revisit, we can archive, we can enter these spaces, and just by the nature of the raw ingredients of building the twin and the data fusion process that we do, you end up with a lot of high value, high impact outputs that can be reappropriated to many, many different use cases. So you can imagine engaging with subcontractors and doing internal project planning in an environment and essentially visiting it remotely. And this environment is delivering value passively, or you can actively engage with it. And this is one of the ways that we've seen some good wins. So we're looking at the AIC. If you have a tour book later, don't mean to spoil it, but that was the interior, and we have like a full pano environment embedded on the LiDAR environment. Take a look at, I'll go back one. This is an important one. This is, we've talked a little bit, and Zen and I were talking recently about the strategic planning component as you're doing phase planning and extending the network. The power of the tools embedded here, let's see if we can get this one to play. Apologies. Is that running? Thanks, Corey. So we're going to show a couple quick tools here. This shows a line of sight, as you saw in the intro, but what we're able to do, whether it's from ground level or from any vantage point on a building, we're able to take that line of sight and extrapolate out directly into the environment at any distance you'd like and be able to understand the impact of the viewscape. And we can see it in this video just at the bottom of the screen to orient us. We have an empty lot, right? This is a very modular environment. It's much, you know, it's a box of Legos. So when that building is built or there's a proposed building, we can plug that in and run the same analysis and run the shadow casting, perform the precision measurements that you're seeing here. And in this highly precise environment, those simulations become very, very valuable, right? So we can run passive analysis, or you can get in here and dynamically interface with this. And then environmental conditions are important too. So this is showing a slope and grade analysis. We can see highly precise grade of terrain over a fixed distance. We can measure ground versus surface. So what's the terrain doing versus the buildings that are sitting on the terrain? And with that, we can layer in environmental conditions like precip and weather. And then I think we show a simple one here, just simulating time of day, which is accurate, celestially accurate. So we can do season and time of day for a specific season and incorporate the precip and really start to build out that environment, the very full and complete picture. And that's what you'll see here. It's often obviously comical, but we can make it snow here too and like show that type of a simulation and get that level of detail to really put a nice perspective on that highly precise environment. So as I mentioned before, while you're looking at visually engaging outputs, it's all built on actually a technology that's going to be very familiar to this group, simultaneous localization and mapping. It's SLAM LiDAR. That's RTK fixed, ground control rigged, and all of the outputs are highly precise. We're sub-centimeter, and typically we do it one time, but we can send out a ground survey crew and pin all the visual components to this. So that allows us to make that modular environment and even interface with stuff like the vehicles, which can be what we call arbitrary or fixed in a real location, and get highly precise measurements off of all of these items. So I'm going to let this run for a second too. This one actually shows the AIC. We've stripped away that visual layer. We're showing the high-dense LiDAR underneath it. That's what you're actually measuring when you're using the tooling or doing planning or simulation. And we have it run all the way through the Bay Street corridor. So we're picking up things that are critical for JTA, like existing skyway infrastructure, and the minutia that also becomes very important. That's corner of curb, where are the manholes, the existing fire extinguishers, and all of that now has a precise XYZ environment that can be pushed through active or passive analytics. So toggling between the RGB or just the regular color visual world and looking at the LiDAR beneath, which is, again, kind of a familiar viewscape for this group. And then for me, I think probably the most important one, I really am putting an exclamation mark on this one, is the depth of the integration, right? So it is not just a visual environment. I hope we're sending that message, but it's deeply integrated. So we're looking at sensor metadata for a single RSU sensor on a street corner that's connected to the database. So an edit made in the database is now reflected in the twin. And when you enter that space, there's things that aren't tracked spatially. There's the components there may be non-spatial assets or the subcomponents of a macro component that aren't tracked spatially. So we can use component-container relationships to manage all of that stuff with an asset management system and still integrate with the digital twin. In this case, we've clicked on the vehicle, which through our pilot and planning phases, it's a moving rendered vehicle on the map. You can click on that, access the inside of the vehicle, and click on anything in or associated with the vehicle. It could be a LiDAR array, maybe you need a serial number. It could be like this fire extinguisher, for example. You need an inspection date. All of that stuff is existing data that's tracked by different teams that don't often connect daily, and now in a single environment we can configure that view and deliver that. So I think what's important for us is, we really want to take this beyond the feasibility review, which is kind of where this is often pigeonholed, and into the built for purpose, fully functional realm, because we're doing that with multiple groups, and we're seeing that value and we're seeing that ROI. And I think the innovative nature of where this is going is we're focused on AVs today, right? And the U2C, we plan to go well beyond and connect all JTA services, but all of the cascade of legacy infrastructure on which those services run as well. And so to mention a little bit more about what's possible, where we may be headed, I'll have you jump back up, DK, and walk us through that.
Thanks, Shane. So just where are we headed? What's possible? What can we do with the digital twin? You'll see some of those possibilities here, and I want to highlight a few of them. One is this interagency alignment, the idea that CIPs can be mapped spatially across organizations and across agencies. There is so much in our built environment that we share, from data, from assets, from infrastructure, and that we manage. And so having those in a single location to be able to coordinate around adds huge value to the citizens that live here. You'll see incident and trend heat mapping, crime, pedestrian, auto, and more. This really does become your geospatial decision assistant. To click out just a second, why do we do this? Why do we build digital twins? We believe that innovative organizations like JTA and like Altamont, with the investment in infrastructure, with an investment in innovation, that the digital twin is becoming the tool for data-driven decisions, to have deep insights on your operations, and operational and efficiency across agencies. Ultimately, the reason that we do that is for the citizens that live here. The reason that we do this is so that we have a built environment and infrastructure that in 25 years is best suiting the people that call this home. And that's why we do digital twins, not because it's fancy, not because it's really cool or flashy, because it actually makes a value in the communities that we live. And so thank you to JTA for your partnership on this. Can't wait to see the problems that we solve. And especially thanks for the two gentlemen on stage, and Zan and Jason, for their involvement in this and helping us get us integrated. So thank you guys, appreciate it. I think we're opening it up for Q&A.
Yeah, I think we have just about 5 minutes for Q&A. Just to introduce myself real quick, Zan Traversa, Assistant Vice President, Planning and Project Development at JTA. For me, I think that last bullet, Geospatial Decision Assistant, is critical as we talk about this and kind of boil it down to what this does for the JTA. And really it's that removing silos in our data management, but also allowing us to make smarter, faster decisions in all of our projects and our project development. So with that, I'll open it up if there's any questions from the audience. Again, we have about 5 minutes to tackle some of those. And I will. We got Marcus.
First and foremost, congratulations. This is really impressive. My two questions would go in the direction. First, how do you keep your twin updated? And the second, do you have any plans how you can move this twin on a city level, so to say, so that more stakeholders, more authorities all work in the same twin?
Is this one working? Okay. So first one, this is actually all built on the U2C data lake. So we had this in mind the entire time. So anything involved in that U2C corridor, we've centralized that all in one space. So at this point, it's a one-to-one connection. As we build it out, into other neighborhoods, other phases of the U2C, that all goes to the same data lake. So being able to create that connectivity, we already had the foresight to do that ahead of time.
But just to double down on that first one, the other thing to think about in digital twin implementation is the process and what you're talking about. And so part of implementing digital twin is also saying, how do we need to change our processes so that the data is able to be put into the digital twin? And so the example of the utilities, right? Right now, utilities are built and they stop on an as-built. But what is the process beyond that to get them integrated into the twin and then verify and make sure that they are spatially accurate? And so part of that is working on the process in which the data is being transmitted between agencies and from, it might change your requirements in RFPs, right? That data has to be presented in a certain way to be integrated into the digital twin. And so that's all part of the consideration as we build this, is making sure that the data is kept fresh. And then to Shane's point about modularity, the data capture that you saw was actually taken with 3 different types of data capture at 3 different times. And so it's all pieced together now in one visually very, very streamlined, but the inside of the building, the outside of the building, the vehicle, all different times a day, all different dates, timestamps. And so the ability to scale and modularize that way has already been put in as a pre-thought.
Yeah, and I'll weigh in a little bit on the interagency coordination to make sure everybody's kind of on the same page and working in the same environment. You know, I think there's already a lot of legwork being done on interagency coordination, but it's been done in a way that's a little bit dated, right? It's old, you know, let me transfer you a shape file of the projects I'm working on, or let me, you know, share this data. And I think this is becoming a tool that we can kind of lead in that effort, but really integrate and bring those other agencies into working in the same environment and having a useful tool for everybody to use, as opposed to kind of this transfer of data back and forth and hoping that we have the most up-to-date and the most recent information. Thanks for the questions.
I'm Isaiah Alfred. I'm one of the JTA interns, and after talking to Imagery, I realized that there are multiple AV programs probably popping out throughout the country, and I wanted to ask how you could use a digital twin to start your own AV program.
Yeah, like how could it be applied to other programs?
Right.
Yeah, I think we touched on it a little bit, but it starts with like a tech stack audit or a review of existing internal processes, what can be leveraged, and this is what puts groups like JTA in such a unique position, just the technical depth and maturity, and that's where we would target an initial implementation, and it's a strategy that's very scalable, right? It's like going into a place and using what you already have and where you're already strong is the keystone. That's the first piece, and then we can figure out how to scale. And then, as Daniel mentioned, maybe change some processes that take otherwise static data or a formerly shared shapefile into a dynamic environment, and you've accidentally changed the system of record. So it's now in a living environment instead of a file in an old folder in a dusty corner of a computer. We can connect that to the environment and make sure that we know that that's, at least for that process or that entity, we have that as a source of truth and connect other agencies to that process. I think the last thing I'll say on is it can be intimidating. It's not an entirely a visual deliverable. It can be, the strategy is really the main thing, and the connectivity, the integration of the systems. And then last, we can do some fancy imagery. That's how I would encourage people to think about it.
Great. Yeah, I think we're at time. Appreciate the great questions and appreciate the panel and the presentation. So thank you all for the opportunity.
So happy you are. Where you go?
Do I stick my tongue out?
Okay, friends. Thank you so much for that. And now we have a 30-minute break, and we want you to go on outside to see the demonstrations. I just came from out there. I still have my tennis shoes on. I had to put my jacket on for you. So what do we have out there? You're going to find Tesla out there. I just interviewed Carson. Carson is very energetic. He cannot wait to meet you to tell you about the future of autonomous vehicles and what was just introduced to the market. If you don't know what was just introduced to the market by Tesla, you're going to want to go out and talk with Carson. You have Safe Rider, you have Easy Rider, you have Cubic, all waiting for you outside. And let me just say, I still have my tennis shoes on because there's a glider out there that I haven't ridden, and I cannot wait. So you're going to have to get in line because there's going to be a line out there. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Get on out there and see the demonstrations and enjoy. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Hello again. This is just your little bell to let you know that we'll start again in about 3 to 5 minutes. All right. Good afternoon once again. Well, I am your MC for your 2025 NAV Day, and we're so glad that you are here, and hopefully you had a good time outside with those demonstrations. Everybody is back and hopefully feeling very energized. So we move on now to session number 4, and that's discussing Building and Innovating Autonomous Mobility. And with us now, we have our moderator, Ms. Greer Johnson Gillis, and her speakers. And our speakers this afternoon, we have Tiago Mota, Head of Engineering at Holon. We also have Dr. Ali Pecker, Chief Executive Officer at Atastack. We also have with us now Chairman Roivas of Ava Tech. And we also have now Dean Zabruzak, who's with Omio, and he is Chief Executive Officer. We have all of them with us now for session number 4.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch and had the opportunity to enjoy and experience the presentation that we had on the digital twin, showing further innovation in all its aspects, and had the opportunity to meet with our exhibitors and demonstrators in the lobby. So it's our job on this session here to make sure that you stay energized after that delicious lunch, and I think this is the panel to be able to do that for you. In this session, we'll explore the latest innovations in autonomous mobility, real-world deployments, and how AI, data, and connectivity are shaping the future of transportation. We'll also discuss the challenges of designing autonomous vehicles for complex urban environments and how we, together, which has been a theme all day long, can build public trust in these transformative technologies. I am honored to moderate this panel of not just distinguished leaders in their own right, but really the subject matter experts, the technical geeks, if you will, to really share with you some of their journey and also what they see on the horizon ahead for all of us as we move forward with autonomous mobility innovation. So welcome to Session 4, Building and Innovating Autonomous Mobility. Now, today's session is not a panel discussion, it's actually a series of presentations. Each speaker will have 10 minutes to present their insights and innovations, and after all the presentations, we'll have a brief Q&A session. So, why don't we get started? First, we have Tiago Mota, Head of Engineering with Holon US, a company specializing in the manufacture of autonomous electric shuttles built to automotive-grade standards. In this role, Tiago ensures that vehicle deployments meet U.S. regulatory and market requirements. Prior to joining Holon, he spent nearly 2 decades at Bentler Automotive, where he successfully led and managed global automotive projects across the United States, Mexico, Canada, and Brazil, including a development project with Tesla, which he successfully managed from business acquisition through serial production. Tiago holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Federal University in Brazil and has completed a program management certification from the University of Toronto, Canada. Fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a fun fact about each one of our speakers today. Tiago is a 3rd-generation engineer, and he upholds his family tradition of engineering excellence, bringing a legacy of innovation to his work. Also, if you are a soccer fan or maybe a world football fan, you might recognize him and mistake him for the renowned football figure Tiago Mota. And if you Google his photo, you'll see there's some similarities there. So without further ado, let's welcome Tiago to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, JTA, for this great opportunity for being here with you today. It's definitely a privilege for me, but there is another privilege I wanted to mention for you today. It's the privilege of having a licensed driver. So here in the United States, having a licensed driver is considered a privilege, while travel is recognized as a right. So I want to make sure everyone here acknowledge this, because you're being part of something really, really beneficial, which is helping those that doesn't have the privilege of a licensed drive to get into the right of traveling. So this is, for me, something very important to share. It has a need of something very special, something very innovative to be able to help with this improvement of this right. And that is autonomous mobility is one of it. And how do we get the mobility to be acknowledged and experienced by the public and get the public interest into it? So one of the big facts is by making vehicles available. So pilot programs is, for example, one of what I believe a great improvement for having the public trust into these vehicles. So I'll show a little bit about one program which is about to happen. Marcus had the briefing of the project Alike, which is the very first time the vehicle Hold-on Urban will be available for the public use. So what does the project Alike means? The Alike means autonomous, level 4, integrated, connected, and electric. So this is an autonomous vehicle, fully electric, which is getting deployed in the city of Hamburg in Germany. This will happen now, the testing phase in the summertime, and it will be a ride pooling on demand. Yeah? The line operation or the transport of goods is something that we can apply for the Hold-on Urban, but the ride pooling is the project which will take place in Germany. So this is a project funded by the German Ministry of Transport, and it's up to 2,000 vehicles. That's their goal for the end of the decade. Yeah? So what are the two main range of application for this Alike project? So suburban connections means the first and the last miles, and the city centers, which is us working on reducing the traffic and also improving on the problem of parking space. So those are mainly the two applications for this project. Yeah? Then some of the partners. So this is a project which is connecting and integrating a lot of partners into this, and I'll try to bring some connections between this project and what we see here in the United States. For example, the BVM is similar to the US DOT, so we are bringing different partners from regulators, the public transportation, and as well as private. This project has two different types of vehicles, two different manufacturers, two different operators, but all connected in one system. So in the project, there will be a possibility for the vehicle Volkswagen and also for the Hold-on vehicle, and those will be operated either by Hamburg or the MOIA. And MOIA has as well a second role in this project, who is doing the software application for the users to get into the on-demand vehicles. Yeah? Another one important connection between what we are doing here today in the US versus this project in Germany is the AFGBV, which is very similar to what the NHTSA does here in the US. So AFGBV in Germany, they are regulating the use of these vehicles in the public roads. They both take very seriously the comments from the public, both gets those inputs from the public in order to decide how to operate this. In the German version, they are a pre-market authorization versus NHTSA, who is a more of a post-market oversight. Yeah? There will be 10 vehicles. Another fact about this project, there will be 10 vehicles of those running on the street when the project is fully deployed from Hold-on. Yeah? And how does these vehicles look like? So first of all, very important to remember what is Hold-on bringing into the market. So Hold-on is bringing a fully electric, autonomous level 4, automotive grade vehicle, and just that automotive grade vehicle is alone a huge challenge for anyone. So it is very important not to underestimate the effort that is needed to take for getting a vehicle into the streets. So also presented here by Marcus earlier today, a slide showing all the different tests and validation that the vehicle needs to pass in order to get into the public streets. Yeah? So once all these tests is possible to be executed, you need to have a vehicle with a driver's seat. So these vehicles which will be there on the project alike, because of all this preparation for the test and validation, gets to be a little bit more fast track by having this driver's seat for a safety intervention when needed. So initially, the test and validation is done by a safety driver from Holland, but this is transitioned to a safety driver from the operator as a second phase. Yeah. Very recently, we had a chance and privilege of receiving JTA in Germany to visit firsthand. So every step of the way, JTA has been very supportive with the with the project, and they visit us to look in the first hand the vehicles which will be used on these prototypes for the alike project. Yeah? And what is next? It was mentioned here before on one of the presentations by our colleagues, the explanation about the Part 555. So we've been working very deeply on that. The next step, which we are internally already working, is the Box 7, which is needs us authorization to import one of these vehicles for being used here in the US. So we are currently working on this Box 7, and shortly we'll bring this vehicle to the US so that we can have as well a test and validation of the pilot programs in the US. So how should we expect this community readiness for when the pilots are here? And what is it important and focus for? So safety validation, it's extremely important to have these kind of projects and deployments in the US so that we can test and validate our softwares, integrate all the different systems which we are working on, making sure our operation system is working as safe as we plan in the application of the US. Yeah, it also brings us the opportunity for stakeholders and engaging them and have the experience of the different communities into the vehicle. So most recently, last year, we had this opportunity of having at JTA another example of a partnership where we brought in this ergonomic buck. And there we had the opportunity of different communities visiting this ergonomic buck, giving us the experience, and we expect to have the same kind of exercise. So not only that we are technically validating the vehicle, but we also socially getting the confirmation from the community who's going to use these vehicles according to their expectations. Yeah. So this is, I think, my last slide here. And I hand off to the next.
Thank you, Tiago. I think that's very interesting to be able to share with us Project Alike, and looking forward to discussing it further in our Q&A. Sure. Next, we have Dr. Ali Pecker from CEO of Guident Corp. Dr. Pecker has over 25 years of experience in IoT, mobile, and location-based services. Starting as a software designer at Nortel, he rose to become a co-founder and later CEO of Infotech, whose platforms are used by thousands of companies in over 6 countries. He holds a Bachelor of Science, a Master of Science, and a PhD in computer engineering with a thesis focused on enhancing vehicle localization through digital maps and GNSS. Together with his 5 partners, he founded Tech Corp on vehicle localization, proving to us all that it's never too late to innovate. Proving to us all that it's never too late to innovate. With that, let's welcome Dr. Ali to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, the reason that I go back to PhD was to be able to do something with automated vehicles. I think I worked around 15 years as a scientist, not a co-founder or an engineer. And sometimes being fashionably late is good, since you learn from success, but you learn more from failures. So we have seen many things that's avoiding the developments in automated buses, automated transit, and we try to solve them. So as a company, we are the provider of a level 4 autonomous bus transportation solution, which is hardware agnostic, that can work in any type of buses, focused on transit operations. The reason that we focused is that since when you do things in your later life, you also not just focus on technology, but you also focus on the return on investment, which is very clear for, especially for buses. And the technology stack is a little bit easier to implement since you have more space and you have more budget to install more sensors. Our product has 3 components. The drive is being the software inside the bus, so that it can self-drive. I will show you later on, but it's, there are 10 different tasks of a bus driver, not just driving, opening the doors, closing the doors, deploying the ramp, playing with the AC, making sure that nothing's going on inside the cabin. If somebody is running towards to the bus, they need to stop, things like that. So automating is not self-driving in this domain, so that's what we do. And we deployed our solution to a lot of different domains, but mostly focusing on the bus OD, the bus use case. So as you can see, we are able to operate in snowy conditions, rainy conditions. We are able to perceive the traffic lights. We are able to communicate with the traffic lights so we can get the signal phase and timing information to provide a much better drive. This is from Michigan, for example. We are able to pass through the tunnels. This is very rare generally because of GNSS challenge the environment. Thanks to my PhD, we had a solution for that. And then we are able to handle the jaywalking pedestrians even in rain, nighttime. So even though our use case is just focused on transit, we try to solve everything that can happen in a route. And it can be implemented in many countries. Talking about many countries, we implemented our solution in up to now 11 countries, of course US being one of them, but currently we also made some deals that will extend our solutions to other 3 countries, so we will be 14 till the end of this year. And at the beginning we start with small trials, maybe long-term, a little bit long-term, then we started a little bit longer-term projects, and last year we started receiving service replacement projects. So it's not a pilot anymore. We are in operation in Norway close to 4 years now, and we are carrying paid passengers. And in Rotterdam next month we are starting. It will be a service replacement between Rotterdam Airport and the metro station. First, we're going to replace 2 buses with autonomous, then it'll be 4 buses. Now we are started implementing low number, but service replacement, real projects. And we're going to remove the driver first in Europe, in Norway, end of this year. And another good development happened in the US with the JTA contract, which allow us to deploy hundreds of buses. So yes, we did the pilots, we did the real service deployments with low number of buses, but the contracts like JTA will solve the critical mass problem, since if you don't have enough buses, you cannot develop the technology, you cannot make the software cheaper, you cannot make the software more tested. So that's one of the reasons that we are here in the ground zero of transit automation. And we are very happy that we will be able to provide many states this solution. And our software works with a fusion of radars, LiDARs, and cameras, which is good since we have enough space for that and enough budget compared to the price of the bus. And also we integrate with other underlying technologies, sometimes with partner solutions, but it's a complete solution. That's the differentiation between a product and a project. If you need to provide something that works with the payment system, shared mobility platforms, for example, people provide you that routing solutions, intelligent bus stop solutions, you need to integrate with ITS solutions. So, and also, as I say, you need to handle other things that normal driver is doing. That's why we provide something that is complete, maybe just focused on people moving, mostly in determined routes, but we provide everything that is required. I'll give you an example. When we talk with an OEM, generally we explain maybe 30% of the time takes how we do the self-driving. The remaining 70% is more on how we integrate with the public transit system, how we provide the standards, how we provide the reporting, and then remote management, things like that. Currently, we have agreements with several different OEMs all around the world, but these two bus models are very important. The first one is the e-Attack, which is the most of the deployments in Europe. The other one is e-Jest. We are bringing this vehicle in autonomous version to United States end of summer, possibly in Florida. And you will see the base bus outside. So it's a very nice vehicle. One of the things that is important is that to be able to have an automated bus, first you need a real good bus. So this bus has already been has millions of kilometers on it. Already the diesel versions are in tens of thousands. The electric version is more than 1,000 already produced and deployed. So, and we are integrating our solution in the production. So it comes out with our technology. Still, there is warranty of the OEM on it. And e-Jest is already Altona tested, FMVSS, ADA compliant. So, and it can be serially produced. If someone come and ask, I want hundreds of them, that can be done. And at the end of the day, you need an operator interface, and you will see outside one of our partners, Guident, already integrated their remote driving capability to our bus, and they are driving our bus in Michigan from here. So yes, we are 99.97 automated in Norway, but the remaining 0.3 is very important. If you don't have that, you cannot talk about full automation. I believe that 0.3 will be filled solutions like guidance solutions. So when you are not able to move maybe autonomously, maybe there's a problem, you can take the control or you can get an acceptance from the remote. And these are the things that we integrate. I'll pass. And another thing I would like to focus, that the current stage of the AI and automation needs to be use case based. We don't have the general human level intelligence yet. So we are the only company who focuses on specifically on transit. Yes, there's some gray areas between robo shuttles and us. As maybe in some cases our solution fits better, in some cases shuttle solutions may fit better, but we are the only one currently who has an up and running vehicle more than 3 years on the real street, used in real operations with the paid customers and implemented in several different vehicle form factors specific to this use case. And basically the standards and everything spoken a lot. One of the advantages of deploying both US and Europe, we are able to bring out the superset of standards. In Europe, there's already a directive that we applied, which will allow us the homologation of the automated vehicle, so we can deploy anywhere in Europe. But currently, we are the only one who has a deployment approval in Germany, KBA, RDW in Netherlands, and Pedro in Switzerland, so on and so forth. So, and now we also get the approval from Norwegian authorities to remove the driver completely. We are able to bring all these things, all these tests and standards to our US solutions also. So for example, I will finish with a video that the tests done by RDW. You know, the thing is they made their first test in the factory ground with an engineering company. They tested for EMC, cybersecurity, for everything before we send the product. And when we send the product, it stayed in their test premise.
Those videos really brought autonomous mobility to life. Look forward to asking you more about that in the Q&A session. But now that takes us to our next speaker, and that is Mr. Taavi Ruvas, Chairman of Offtech. Offtech is an Estonian company pioneering autonomous mobility solutions. He is also the former Prime Minister of Estonia, and he's played a key figure in Estonia's digital transformation. In fact, he's leading Estonia to be one of the most digital nations in the world. During his time as Prime Minister, Mr. Ruvas played a critical role in advancing Estonia's reputation as a leader in digital governance, contributing to initiatives like e-residency, which has enabled individuals and businesses from around the world to access Estonian services remotely. And he continues to influence Estonia's tech sector through his work with Offtech, which focuses on creating autonomous vehicles aimed at addressing the challenges of urban transportation and climate change. Fun fact, the Honorable Taavi Ruvas entered politics early, becoming the youngest prime minister in Europe at the age of 34. And now he brings a unique blend of public policy and tech leadership to the AV space, bridging innovation and governance and mobility. And he is an avid marathoner and participated in the Ironman. So we look forward to hearing from you, please.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I don't remember when somebody said so many good things about me in the one sentence. Thank you very much. I'm really, really warmed by that. I have another fun fact. Dr. Becker finished by saying that Arastec is operating in Netherlands. A few years ago, we took the king and queen of Netherlands to autonomous ride. So that was the first and so far the last time I have heard that they have taken the ride, and they were very happy with it. So that was Netherlands is a good place to be. A little bit where I see the autonomous transportation is going, a little bit about the trends, but I will also speak a little bit about what has changed over the last years with Auvetech. What has not changed is that Auvetech is still the biggest player in Japanese market, which is very advanced. We are there in more than 10 small cities. The typical use case being that in cities of the size of 20 to 25,000 people, they don't have enough bus drivers. And they literally want to have small vehicles that drive either demand-based or certain routes pretty much 7 days a week. The speed is not critical for them. The size is very important, that it is small so it can maneuver in small cities, and usually they don't have more than maybe 4 or 5 people attending the shuttle, and usually in each of these cities there is 3 to 8 vehicles that cover the transportation of the whole city. So there are already cities in Japan where there is no traditional buses, but they are like all reliant on autonomous shuttles like ours or also a couple of competitors there. Also, in Europe, I would say that trends are still a little bit behind the curve. I'm very happy to hear that there will be projects happening in Germany. We have also looked at the German market, but we see that there is a lot of focus on the vehicle itself. It's much easier to get autonomous legalized there than the actual vehicle. But having said that, there is throughout Europe a lot of projects still happening. here is one from Tampere, Finland, where we, for more than 2 years, have joined the bus lane with the tram lane. So again, we are part of the public transport network. By the way, there was a question asked, when will be the good time to buy yourself an autonomous vehicle? Well, I would say that's not meant to be bought. Our vehicles, and as I understood from all the panelists, all of the ones that we are talking about today in our panel are meant to be part of the public transport network, so that you don't need to have the cities built around cars, built around parking lots. All of your cars are parking somewhere useless right now. Instead, you might next time want to come here with an autonomous shuttle and not even own a car. I know that this is like very revolutionary, speaking this in United States, but this is already happening in Japan, where they just don't have enough room for the cars. And if you look at the global picture today, there is 1.5 billion vehicles in the world. In US, we have more than 3 vehicles per every 4 people. The same in my country, the same in Europe. And if the rest of the world would catch up, we would need to increase the number of vehicles from 1.5 to 6 billion, which probably we don't have the capacity to do. So having public transport working and autonomous as part of that is a key. Also, we have been gaining real-life experience. This is actually with partnership with Guident in Tallinn Airport. We already have the permission to drive in this way, that there is one safety operator overseeing several vehicles. That's what Fabio Tülim was speaking about earlier. This is no longer a fantasy. This is no longer something that will happen in the future. This is already happening in Tallinn Airport, which is very controlled space. And of course, latest and most important news is that Overtech Mika is fully operational in West Palm Beach. So if you take, unfortunately, the Brightline doesn't reach yet to Jacksonville. We were talking about that with Harald earlier, that it would be so nice to get from Boca all the way to Jacksonville. Hopefully it will happen someday. But if you happen to take the train to West Palm, then at Brightline station you will be met by Mika, and it's driving there also on most of the days. Now, a little bit about the new updates that are happening in the autonomous transportation. As we see, we will still keep the vehicle 8-seater like it is. Maybe we will install 1 or 2 extra seats for some use cases, but we are not planning to compete with companies like Arastec. We see that there is enough market for both solutions, but the small and nimble is good for these use cases where you would normally take an Uber or just like have a small city or small suburban neighborhood or, for example, country club. You don't need just super big buses to drive around there. So that's the interior of our shuttle, and it has a lot of ways of custom modifications, but that's not the main message here. Main message is where the smartness of the vehicle is going. And I have heard a lot of talks today about sensor fusion. This is exactly what we are doing as well. We are using both LiDARs and cameras to sense the surrounding, but not only sense, but also identify objects. So for example, if we identify that somebody is a person, we can use AI also to understand where this person might be going. So this helps us to have the ride a lot smoother, and this helps us to get the level of autonomy much higher in more difficult use cases. Here, for example, that's the case where it will be known that this is a person, and there is a prediction that might be crossing the road. The same is with crossroads, the same is with parking vehicles. If you know that something that is moving is a vehicle and you sense it, that you can act accordingly. We are not part of the discussion whether you should use cameras or LiDARs. We are in this party that says that Also, what we have experienced, we have now tens and tens of vehicles all around the world operational. What we are seeing is that you might have the best simulator possible. You might have all the computing power in the world, but it will never substitute for real-life experience. So you need to collect kilometers, or in US you would collect miles, but in principle it's the same thing. You need to drive, and you need to be ready to improve the software accordingly. So machine learning, again, not the rocket science in today's technology, but you really need to do that also with real-life data, not only simulations. And last but not least, what I also see that is needed by all the clients, and where we need to, as autonomous technology providers, be at the level of the game that the cities and states and transport authorities wish, is that you not only should operate, but you should be ready to collect the data, use the data, if needed, present the data, and also give recommendations, maybe what should be changed in traffic. One thing that should definitely be changed in legislation is that just like, you all know the story about Henry Ford and people asking for faster horses. Today, the regulators are still asking steering wheels in our vehicles. We don't need steering wheels. We don't need windscreen wipers, because the car sees with lidars and cameras, not the front window. We can install the windscreen wiper, don't worry. It's like, a few $100 extra, but do we really need that? Do we really need faster horses? So the same is also like with the steering wheel, the same is the way the seats are arranged and all that. So I really hope that we will get to this status where actually also the regulations will comply with the trends of today, and when we see that the car has different controls, then it can also be safe and you probably even safer when there is less human action in the loop. So yeah, with that, I thank, and I'm looking forward for the discussion. Thank you very much.
Tavi, thank you so much for that presentation, and we agree with you. Public transportation really is the key to solving many of the mobility challenges today, and we also would love to see that bright line to Jacksonville. Our last speaker is Zine Zabrzak, CEO of Omio Automation and its sister companies, HMI Technologies, which is dedicated to the provision of world-leading intelligent transport systems to a range of clients, including transport agencies, governments, and commercial entities. Prior to becoming CEO for Omio globally, Dean led HMI Technologies in Australia from 2015 through 2017, successfully establishing HMI Technologies as a challenger, securing major projects for the company and expanding operations to open offices in 3 states in Australia. Dean has a strong reputation in the industry in Australia and also globally. In November 2017, he became the president of ITS Australia after several years as vice president and project director for the highly successful 2016 ITS World Congress in Melbourne. He is a member of the ITS Asia Pacific Board of Directors and World Congress International Program Committee, and now ITS Australia's International Ambassador. His career has seen him hold several senior roles at Vic Roads, the Victorian State Government's Road Authority, including Manager, Intelligent Transport Systems, Director, Road User Services, and Director of Road Operations. Fun fact, Dean and his wife, Jackie, became grandparents for the first time 2 months ago. Now, While retirement has briefly entered Dean's mind with projects in every corner of the world, the potential growth of the AV business keeps a spring in Dean's step, and he is here today with us in Jacksonville, Florida, keeping retirement plans at bay. Let's welcome Dean to the podium.
Thank you, Greer. It's good to see you again, and I'd like to thank the organisers, particularly JTA and Guident, for inviting me along today to represent the Southern Hemisphere, especially Australia and New Zealand, from a very small company that I come from. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Omeo, and it's not going to be a geeky technical presentation, Greer. I'm a civil engineer, so I believe in being civil. The journey also matters. Marcus talked about a 13-year journey. HMI and Omeo have been on a 25-year journey, so we've been in existence for a while, and I'll explain to you how the two companies come together. So, first of all, HMI, we started business in 2000, building what you can see there, all of those electronic signs that you see all over the freeway network in every country, obviously specifically focusing on Australia and New Zealand. So we had signs that were and are communicating with people driving a car behind a steering wheel. The owner of our company, Mohammed Hikmet, in around about 2015 said, in a few years' time, these automated vehicles are coming, and our signs will not be communicating with somebody behind the steering wheel, so we need to get into this game. Having been in government, I'd heard about these vehicles coming since about 2010. For every year before I left Vic Roads, people were saying the automated vehicles are coming next year, and we're still waiting. So I think the 13-year journey will certainly be a lot longer than 13 years. So we moved on from building signs, we still do, but we started then to build an automated vehicle, mainly because those that were producing vehicles in those days, we purchased 3 from a rival company that shall remain nameless, but Nat and many others probably know who I mean. They did not allow us to integrate that vehicle with anything in the network. They just said, here's the vehicle, you bought it, it's yours, operate it. We were more interested in connecting it with the environment, and that's why we created Omeo. So Omeo is basically HMI on wheels. An O at each end represents a wheel. These were our initial beginnings in 2017, a simple electric golf cart, which we converted to an electric autonomous golf cart. And at that time in 2017, an electric autonomous golf cart that was actually platooning. They were our first 3 vehicles, and they were demonstrating a platooning formation back then, which was, we thought was a pretty big achievement back then when we'd only just started. We then delivered what we considered to be the world's biggest 3D printed vehicle in 2019 to Christchurch International Airport. We were quite proud of that. It was our first real Omeo vehicle. You can see the one on the top there, the light green coloured one. The biggest issue with that vehicle was it wasn't really about the autonomy. When we delivered it, everyone was more marvelling at the 3D printing. I saw that vehicle being built in a 3D printing facility in Shenzhen in China, huge room. It was good. It served the purpose of demonstrating the vehicle, but it was way too heavy. The body thickness was way too thick, just was never going to last. A few months later, the local telecommunications company in New Zealand wanted to trial 5G. They said, we want your vehicle, but we want something different, so we built a different body around our robotics stack. And that's what you see there in the Darth Vader looking type vehicle, as one of my colleagues suggested it looks like. 2020, we all locked up for COVID. We were locked up in my city, longest lock-up of all in all the world in Melbourne, so I remember it vividly. But back then we started actually selling vehicles to South Korea. They now have 14, they're our biggest customer. March 2020 they took delivery of the first one. We spent the next 2 years commissioning, deploying, discussing engineering issues with our Korean engineers over Zoom and over Teams. So that was a bit of a challenge, but the Lotte Corporation, very, very large organisation, are our prime customers and partners in South Korea. We did some more 5G work with the Australian federal government in 2022, but we also extended that to working with people with disabilities to see how people with disabilities could use an autonomous vehicle. So obviously ADA compliance was very, very important in that particular case. The Koreans didn't really care too much. We asked them, do you want a chairlift? And they said, no, we don't care about that. Not the case in Australia, and certainly not the case in America. We went to New York in 2023. The Port Authority of New Jersey and New York said, bring us 3 vehicles. We'll give you a 700-foot piece of roadway, which was lucky to be 650 feet. And they said, we want you to operate at 23 miles per hour, 6-foot separation, away you go. And there's a concrete barrier at the end of that supposed 700-foot piece of road. We ticked all the boxes. Seth, who many of you would probably know from the Port Authority, said, great, you passed. I asked him, what led you to those parameters? He said, we just dreamt up a couple of numbers and hoped you could meet the objective. And we did. So we did 2 more trials in the car parks at JFK, which I'll get to in a moment as well. We delivered 2 vehicles to Belleville in Luxembourg, CFL. We went there mainly because Ollie, one of our friends, Arizona-based company, went out of business at about that time. They weren't able to deliver. Somebody's got to step in. We did, and we've been there for 3 years since. We're doing a lot of work in the UK. Again, South Korea is our biggest customer, but we think the UK is probably our next biggest in terms of size of project and scope of project. We've got 3 vehicles at Milton Keynes doing a lot of work in V2X, 5G, control centre work, track editing tools, vehicle vision systems, etc. We actually took the vehicle to the home of Red Bull the day it got off the ship. I went there to a Formula One racing setup. Really cool. They want to actually build an autonomous Formula One racing car, which would be great for all of us because it can go as fast as it like, it crash into anything, it doesn't really matter, nobody's hurt. And in fact, I was speaking to some people last week, the University of Michigan, Michigan. They said they built a vehicle that can operate autonomously at 197.1 miles per hour. I said, okay, you're a candidate to join Formula One then. We've done work at Schiphol Airport in the Netherlands, airside. That was a great achievement for us, we thought. This was also showing the vehicle in a sort of a tunnel environment. Others have spoken about that before. Sometimes you lose connectivity with positioning in these sort of environments, but we've proven that we can do that. This was the extension of JFK. We did a 3-month piece of work in their car parks, delivering passengers from cars to terminals to train stations on every television channel in New York, which was a great achievement for us. Finland as well. I think Adastec and Orvatec have mentioned Finland. That's a reasonably nice day, I'd say, in Finland. Beautiful sunshine, but we were operating in minus 30 degrees Celsius temperatures in that deployment. And that vehicle, in fact, is our standard vehicle, which is normally 8 seats and 6 or 8 people standing, but they said we wanted it to hold 12 people. So we just converted the inside of the vehicle to hold 12 people seated and no standing. So we're very flexible and adaptable in terms of our vehicle design. A bit of an award we've received in the UK for the work we've done. Another project that we've got at Birmingham International Airport, connecting the airport, the NEC, which is the largest convention centre in the UK, and a number of technology parks. Both that one and the Milton Keynes project we've been at for 2 years. We've received a 1-year extension, and they're working towards 10-year service provision, no longer small-scale, short-term projects. This one here is the most recent one, Brussels Airport in Belgium. Our chairman and the Prime Minister of New Zealand were actually meeting there this morning in the early hours, 2 a.m. 3 a.m. The chairman rang me to say that they'd had a great meeting. We've had this vehicle there now for a few months, both airside and landside. We've also done work in Turin, Italy, amongst crazy Italian drivers. I'm Italian by birth, so I can say that. Our proudest achievement, I suppose, at the moment is our launch of our manufacturing facility in Riverside, California. We opened this facility just 3 months ago. We're starting small. We're not trying to be whole on. We're a very small company, privately owned, no external investment, so we've opened a 30,000 square feet facility. 3 vehicles have already been produced for Riverside City, which will be operated by the Riverside Transit Agency, and our aim is to deliver Americanised OMIOs. Final slide, some issues that we've encountered along the way. I think in summary, if the deployment of AVs was easy, we'd all be very wealthy. We're all sitting here as co-collaborators, co-founders, but none of us are making millions of bucks, I'd say. Every jurisdiction is very different, from continent to nation to state to city to whatever. It is a completely different ballgame in every project. We've heard so much about how regulatory bodies are risk averse. They need assurance from us that things will go well. Sometimes they just need assurance that everything will go well. Unfortunately, we can't do that, I'd say. Regulatory bodies lack the tools to make some decisions. We've heard from fellow speakers and others today that we need to guide them along the way. We've taken the view that when we go to a project, we're working with our customers and clients as partners, not as customers. We believe that the AV is not the be-all and the end-all. It's just part of an ecosystem. Sometimes it's not the most important part. Every deployment is completely different. We're obviously in the game of autonomy. If we have to have safety operators in the vehicles forever and a day, well, why are we doing it? So we're in the same boat as everybody else. The safety operator has to go eventually. So full autonomy, teleoperation, we're in the same position. We need to be prepared to continually evolve. Our owner often says to me, Dean, when we deliver a vehicle to one of our customers, they need to understand that the vehicle will be better the next day and be better the next day and be better the next day.
Gentlemen, unfortunately, we have met and exceeded our time, so we'll not have the opportunity to do an open Q&A, but I will ask our panelists to please make themselves available should you have any questions for them. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize one of our council members who have joined us. Ms. Jacoby Pittman, the Jacksonville City Council member, is here with us today. I want to thank her for being here, always a supporter of the JTA. And ladies and gentlemen, I think you got a great sense of autonomous mobility, not just here locally or even in Northeast Florida, but really around the world from our panelists here today, our speakers here today. They were able to share with you not only the variety of use cases, some of the challenges that they overcame in being able to deliver autonomous mobility in different settings across the world. And that's a benefit for all of us here. And we at the JTA feel that we are a part of this journey. What we're doing here in Jacksonville really speaks to the successes that these gentlemen are leading in their own right. And thanks to the JTA's statewide AV contract, many of that opportunities that they have here today, we will be able to see some of those various platforms on a road near you. So with that, we thank you so very much for your time this afternoon, and we look forward to our next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you to all who participated. Thank you, thank you. And as we roll on, our final panel discussion is on the real-world impact of autonomous transit. And we welcome our moderator, Carlos Cruz Casas, who is with T. Weiland, formerly of Miami-Dade County's Department of Transportation and Public Works. He will be joined by Harold J. Braun. We welcome him back, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Guident Corp. And we also will have Dr. Doug Brower, Dean of School of Engineering and Industry from Florida State College of Jacksonville, followed by Jamila Gomez, Project Manager with Metropolitan Transit Authority of Harris County, We also have Katie Turnbull, Executive Associate Director from the Texas Transportation Institute. And we also have Frank Martz, and he is City Manager with the Altamont Springs. He's City Manager of Altamont Springs. We have him as well. Please welcome them.
All right, all right, all right. How are you guys today? I see coffee has not kicked in yet. I get it. I get it. Well, they say the fifth time is a charm, right? So, welcome to session number 5, the last but not least of your panel today. I'm thrilled to be here today. As you heard, my name is Carlos Cruz Casas. I'm now VP of Mobility Innovation and Sector Manager for TYLN. However, one of the reasons that I'm here is that I was formerly with the public sector as well. Almost 15 years in the public sector as the Director of Transportation in the City of Miami, then the Director of Strategic Planning, Department of Transportation and Public Works in Miami-Dade County, and ultimately evolving to the Chief Mobility Innovation Officer, which kind of gets me here. And now it's been too long for me to be here, and I'm thrilled to be here in this conference today. So let's get the conversation going. I know I'm a little behind, but let me know when we can wrap this up. I would love to you guys introduce yourself, and perhaps we can go into get to know these leaders in the public sector, private sector, and as we define research, there's the solid foundation for mobility innovation, having everyone here. If we can start hearing from you, each one of you, introduce yourself, and tell us a little bit about your role, what motivates you, and what gets you up in the morning. Let's start with Dr. Turnbull.
I'm Katie Turnbull with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute, TTI. We're a part of the Texas A&M University system, separate state agency, not part of the university, but obviously we collaborate across. I think as other speakers have mentioned today, there's really a lot of similarities between the activities in Florida and Texas. We have a lot of efforts going on with automated trucks, including operating with only a safety driver on some of our major freeways and in completely autonomous modes in some of the West Texas oil and gas areas. We also have automated shuttles. As part of TTI, our research is focused on helping pilot an automated shuttle on the Texas A&M University campus. We're also looking at the overall ecosystem of automated vehicles and, for example, how they communicate with advanced technologies and traffic signal systems. We worked with BEEP on a SMART grant project and simulated that. We have an extensive test bed as part of an old World War II airbase. Buzz Aldrin, for those of you who remember the second person to walk on the moon, actually did his aviation testing there. We also have as part of that automated connected vehicle facility. So happy to be here. It's an exciting time to be in transportation right now, especially in a university environment. We'll talk about a little bit more, but where you have students who are very creative and you have faculty and researchers. It's just great opportunity and great sponsors with state and local governments and transit agencies.
So my name is Frank Martz, and I was up here a little earlier. I get the prize for hacking in Nat's agenda system and putting myself on here twice. What really motivates me, the things that I really enjoy, are things I never thought I would enjoy. Things like watching somebody else grow and being a part of a community that's trying to solve problems and make lives better for other people. And if you would have asked me 30 years ago if I would be doing something like that, I don't even know that I would have recognized that that's an important thing. So what really motivates me as a manager of a city and one that is very progressive and takes a lot of chances, is watching other people get comfortable with risk and knowing a lot of them are doing it because I'm comfortable with risk. So I feel very motivated not to leave them alone. And every morning when I get up, I think about, what has maybe feels like a duty to others is really a gift that I get, and it keeps me young and makes me feel important too. And when I think about coming to a place like this and meeting people I've not met, seeing people that I know well, I am very, very grateful for the time I get doing things that I like to do with people I really like to be around.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jamila Gomez, and I am the project manager at Houston Metro within the Office of Innovation. And so what motivated me is the aspect of diversity. I love collaborating with universities such as TSU and U of H, as well as our neighborhood groups, in order to deploy some of the autonomous projects that we've done within Houston. I just think that it's just important to be boots on the ground and just get the perspective of our citizens and our customers, and also bringing the opportunity of technology in underserved communities, such as Third Ward Houston, which is a historic African-American neighborhood. So, I'm just always motivated by the opportunity to, introduce something new to our community. So.
Hello, my name is Douglas Brower. I'm the Dean of Engineering and Maps and all of this. And, being in higher education and kind of that education mode, I marked this thing up with a red pen. My goodness gracious, I'm surprised they didn't kick me out the door. But that began the engagement of the college with the hands-on application of AV technology. So at that point where I marked this up, I said, a lot of this doesn't make sense, and how's this going to work? And God forbid, Nat Ford didn't chase me out of town. But we turned around and I said, well, let's buy one. So we bought an autonomous shuttle. We were one of the first schools, I think we bought that from Beep. As they were engaging with JTA, and we readily have gotten more and more involved with autonomous technologies, and obviously the EV side as well. And we're very excited about the continuing the growth and the partnership that's evolved in all of this. Out of this, it's helped us create a couple new degrees. We have an applied artificial intelligence degree that really was born out of this AV rave that we're in. I think it's kind of, maybe that's a good word to describe it. There's so many people that are involved in this. And with that, we have another degree that's coming down the pipeline that's going to be applied AV technology. So we're very happy to be part of the ecosystem that's developing, not just locally, but nationally and globally in AV technology.
Yeah, my name is Harold Brown. I'm the Executive Chairman and CEO of Guident. We are a Florida-based company down in Boca Raton. That has a reason, because before I was the President and CEO of Siemens Communication in the US, and that was headquartered in Boca Raton, so I thought I'd build another company there. So I have been around in the industry for a while, and what motivates me the most is to bring people from different sectors together and work with them. And what really, really motivates me is when somebody said, this can never be done. So when somebody says like this, something like this, then I get really inspired to get something done. When the vision and the idea you believe in is there and is great, then you have to go for it. And you have the naysayers all over the place, but then you have to come up with solutions that prove that it can be done. So what I have seen over the years, I'm very proud, and you saw that from my opening remarks, we have started with a couple of people, and they were almost all in the same area. And now we have really a diverse group of people from that what you mentioned earlier, academia, private and public sector, manufacturers, energy and charging producers. So we have a good match of people, and everybody can work together and make something happen. So we have seen that, and the panel before is really very motivating to see worldwide things happening. So it's happening. So now when something happens, now we can prove the next step and the next step and the next step and the push and the push and the push. And then great things will develop. We saw the slides before about 1900 and 1915. And the good news is, or for some people's bad news is, it will accelerate. It will be a growth which is exponential, which we have in technology. Then we have to think about, wait a second. It's not about the technology. It's maybe about people. And it's maybe about how can we actually make the technology work for people. So we did sit together at Guident very early on and say, how can we make autonomous vehicles safer? How can we add a human factor in there, right? And we didn't really know a lot about the regulations at that point in time. I'm in my business career, it was all the time to work with regulators, to change them, to change their mind, and see that we can do something better together. And for me, it was, let's put a human in the loop here. Right? There's nobody in the vehicle, but let's put a human in the loop. You saw a couple of presentations, and the more and more we see around the world the deployments, we see that it's happening, and that's very grateful to see that. And we work with a couple of partners here, and I'm hoping that we really push through and see a lot of autonomy happen during the next couple of years.
Phenomenal. So is when someone says nothing can be done or something cannot be done, you say challenge accepted. Let me just break that. So at least for me, what gets me up in the morning is a good cup of coffee and an alarm that have mixed feelings about it. But we're here to talk about transportation and autonomous here. So Jamila, can we start with you, right? I believe you mentioned you've done a deployment for autonomous vehicles in the Houston area, correct? Right? And you had to navigate some regulatory and technical hurdles and how you overcome those. Can you explain on that a little more?
Yes. So some of the things that we had to overcome as far as regulations and things like that, for example, we deployed phase 2 of our autonomous vehicle deployment, and we took on the challenge of integrating our Phoenix motor car vehicle that was on a Ford E450 chassis and integrated with Perron's Robotics Tony kit. And then the vehicle was electrified and then sent to Houston. So some of the things that we did identify throughout that process is, of course, being Houston Metro, we have to have federal regulations such as FMVSS and Buy America. We did run into the challenge of a battery warranty issue, and that's when we realized that there aren't many American-made battery manufacturers here. And so when we're doing AV deployments, how do we overcome that hurdle to still operate with federal funding, but not have the Buy America components? So I think, the challenge that we're seeing is that not only do we not have a comprehensive ecosystem to support AV deployments and to keep it sustainable, we're seeing some challenges with just the availability of, parts and operators and even just the infrastructure to support these things. And for example, the climate in Houston, we have a new mayor, we have a new president, and we have to remain flexible because a lot of these changes are coming down the pipeline that may impact our project, which it has. And so I think the lesson and the takeaway is to just remain flexible and be able to pivot. And understand, try to stay ahead of regulations as they come down the pipeline. So being a part of groups like ACES or the Texas Innovation Alliance, or even working with TTI, and even our university partners, they're able to assist us in that regard. We do have research agreements with our university partners, and again, work closely with TTI that can provide us with the research in order to understand what regulations are coming down the pipeline and how it'll impact our project currently and in the future. I hope that answered your question.
No, definitely. I think we're here talking about autonomous vehicle technology applied to transit has been introduced and being evaluated, and I think these examples is how we marry technology deployment with the real world experiences, right? Dr. Brower, you mentioned that there was a pilot program in the area. If you were to summarize one of the key learnings from this program, what would that be?
Yeah, we did a pilot demonstration on our downtown campus. So we had 2 shuttles that were deployed, and one was going. It was interesting in looking at just the dynamic and how this became this part of the culture of the downtown campus. A couple things really stood out. When you looked at this, a lot of curiosity. As the buses, and these were not on demand, they were running a route going between the 2 sides of the campus. You probably had more people that stuck their head inside this thing and wanted to see what it looked like. What was it? This autonomous thing, again, just not sure what it is, don't know if I want to get into it. Heard enough horror stories, those make the news. The good stories don't generally. But had a lot of people that were really interested in looking at that. The other key thing we found out was that as this thing was running, people won't wait for it. They would end up just walking to the other side of the campus, particularly if it's a nice day in good weather. Get up and walk. They're not gonna wait for it. Other things that we found out, maintenance was still an issue. This is what we had there. For some reason, I always knew, either I found it myself or someone told me, there was an issue with the shuttle. So news gets around fast with that. So maintenance really becomes a key issue with these. And so when you start getting into reliability, maintainability, engineering, availability is the concept, right, for these repairable systems. You want to maximize availability with these things. So again, workforce development keeps ringing here. You have to have the technicians and the people there that are going to keep these things running, because if they're not running, you're dead in the water. Another thing that I wanted to mention was as we launched this thing, and really it was Beep jumping through all the hoops that they needed to jump through, as you mentioned. The bureaucracy at the federal level, we had to have NHTSA involved and get all their approvals, and it kept getting delayed, because we had to go across a public street. Minimal time, but that stopped everything, and the signage that had to be there, autonomous shuttle, and all the signage. The bureaucracy was really overwhelming. So as a manufacturer and an operator, my goodness gracious, thank God you've got the patience to survive this, because there are just so many issues that are out there. The last good thing that I'll mention is, as far as an outcome, was the collaboration, because we had all of these shuttles, we had them on the campus. We actually allowed Beep and the other people that were involved in the computer science end of it, the software development. We let them have a depot. They set up a depot in one of our buildings, and so they had free access, really 24/7, to come in and out and work in these things and do all that. And a lot of that not just helped what they were doing there in that route, but for the project that JTA is going to do the ribbon cutting for down Bay Street, that served as a depot for all of that work. So the collaboration, the partnership with JTA and the city of Jacksonville, goodness gracious, it really turned out to be a wonderful experience.
Phenomenal. We heard a lot today about implementation in cities like Jacksonville, a leader in the industry, proven for this event and what's happening at the end of this week. But we also want to hear from you, and we mentioned particularly in a small city of Altamonte Springs, right? When we think about autonomous vehicle, we think about big cities. We heard about LA, we know about Miami, we know about Jacksonville. You know, how a small city can serve as an example for AV deployment for bigger cities through the state of Florida and beyond?
Well, I think one of the things that our city can demonstrate to others is how to do things at scale, but at a small scale. We don't have, legions of employees and team members who are able to roll things out. So what other cities that are our size can learn is that you don't have to be an RTA, you don't have to be a Houston, you don't have to be JTA to be able to serve the people who live in your community. And there are little steps along the way that I think helped us avoid some of the bureaucracy that others face. Smaller city can be nimble and agile, of course, but what we're able to do is speak relatably to our colleagues, those other smaller cities that are doing the same things we're doing, like operating a police department and maintaining parks and trying to make sure the water's safe, and at the same time roll out transit. And we believe that we've got a pretty good set of ingredients. We also believe that we have developed a great group of people with whom to work. I think that is one of the other very interesting examples that a smaller city can demonstrate, is that you don't have to have all the expertise internally. You have to be lucky enough to run into the Scott Belchers and the Sean Barnetts and the people who are able to help you row forward. But we were asked by the Secretary of Transportation, who was the District 5 Secretary at the time, he asked us, record everything so that we have a story that we can take to another city or he can take to another city. So we're doing things in autonomous vehicles, like we are learning how to police on them. Like, how do you police with a regular police force, not a transit police force, but a regular police force? How do you police an autonomous space? How do you police flexible modes? How do you police integration of a public system across private property and protect everyone? We are we're documenting about battery life. We're documenting how did we respond. We're documenting who did we call when something broke. So the lesson, I think, if there's a single strand of lesson that a small city can take, is just do it. Because sometimes the hardest thing is to decide to start, not how to start, just starting. And we hope that some of the encouragement that we might offer would be that, well, they did it and it worked out. It might work out for us too.
That's phenomenal. There's an underlying statement out here about partnership and integrating and basically collaborating. Dr. Turnbull, I know you have experience with partnerships, and I'm going to turn to you in terms of, what are you experiencing in key elements for successful partnerships?
Well, I think as the speakers in this session and really throughout all today have mentioned, partnerships are the key. One agency can do it alone, and the private sector can't do it alone. But working together, you can plan, design, develop, and implement. And so it does involve different public sector agencies. Obviously here you've got a great transit authority, but you've also got the local communities who own and operate the system. You may be operating through state DOT traffic signals or on state roadways. So it really is a very complex situation. And so bringing those partners together early, often developing the personal relationships we found is a key, involving the emergency responders, the police, fire, EMS early in the process and throughout the process is critical, evaluating it, monitoring it, and then showing the results. I think one of the other key factors, and it's been talked about a little bit today, but it always comes back to funding also. And especially local agencies, transit authorities, even states are often strapped from a funding perspective. And so making sure that you're trying to maximize available funding from a variety of sources that may have different requirements, and mingling funds can sometimes be difficult even between like federal agencies. FHWA and FTA have different requirements. So taking the time to work through all those is key to strong partnerships.
Excellent. So we talked about partnership implementation, and ultimately we talked about, in general, the end user, right? And during our prep call, which I wish we would have recorded, we were talking about the details of the human factor here. I wanted to go back, perhaps, Jacksonville, Detroit, and Miami are probably 3 cities that started operating an autonomous vehicle technology back in the 1980s, right? Granted, in the exclusive right-of-way, and it's something high level, if you think about it, in exclusive highway. But it was a moment where nobody had computers in their houses. And we're telling people there's a computer driving you. And I think now it is convincing that there's artificial intelligence, lidars, sensors, and all the things taking care for you. Beyond that human factor and understanding, that we talked about what are the beneficiaries of this technology beyond the rider. And Frank, I believe it was you that mentioned, let me see if we can find it in here, moving beyond the perception and adoption of the end user and tapping into other beneficiaries such as the real estate, and considering the growing opportunity for new developers around this factor. This is a question for all. If you want to jump in, what is that approach I'm going to take about what we learn in terms of autonomous technology in transit, and who are the new players that need to be brought into play?
I'm going to start on this. There is one theme what we see all over the place, and that is that people still believe that autonomous vehicles are not safe. So this is one of our biggest challenges, right? So what we hear. So I think the statistics and the research show 65% of Americans, they believe that they are not safe, and they would not ride it, and they feel uncomfortable when they see an autonomous vehicle on the street. They don't know what to do. What is this, right? So there is a misconception, and there is this group then on the discourse of some think they are fully safe, some think they don't even touch it, don't believe that that never will work. Right? So there is this discourse, and there's not a lot in between. That's the problem. So, and that's what we are trying to solve with the human in the loop. We developed also a passenger communication model when you go into the vehicle, that somebody is greeting you on a video intercom. So there is somebody, there's a human greeting you. There is a human which you can talk to, the passenger can talk to this human, whatever question you have. And you can do that also voice activated, right? Where you say, hey, Guident, where are we? Or what's going on? Or whatever, right? And also the remote control operators can talk to these people in the vehicle, which gives them a comfort, right? A peace of mind. So that is something what we see almost with every customer, that is very important. So this human factor, from my point of view, therefore we have a human in the loop. So for us it's very important to overcome that challenge. To the second portion, and I have several meetings with mayors and also developers, and I think we talked about it also in our prep call. It was we have one project with a property company, very big in the US, and they want to have public transportation. Okay, fine, we transport people. But the biggest thing for us is data. We need data. And with the data, we can do a lot. And then they have 10 ideas what we can do with the data. Can you provide this data? Mostly they are interested in LiDAR data and video data and whatever sensors we have. And then they make their models with it. And why? They say, oh, this is the perfect area to build another skyscraper. This is another area where we say we put a park in between that thing. Mm-hmm. So they are using the data to create a lifestyle when it comes to property management. right? And where to invest in which buildings. So, wait a second. Do you think also about transportation? Yeah, transportation is good, but I need data. I need your data, and I need to understand what can I do with it, and where can I build out my my buildings, right? It's not only about buildings; it's also about a whole lifestyle. And in that lifestyle, I would like to have also shuttles going around, and they should be autonomous, right? So there's an interest, but the most things what I see over the last 6 months was data. For us, that is a gold mine. And whatever we're collecting there and whatever we have now hired data analysts, right, to make something out of this data. I'll stop there. I know, Frank, that you are already getting nervous about it.
It's all about translating, right? Data means something to us. We say data to a private business, and they go, "Why do you want my data?" And so what we've done in Altamont Springs, and it is very much about time and lifestyle. So our city concluded that we're going to be a transit-friendly place. We're going to do it. So every single development approval in Altamont Springs requires that developer to participate in transit. It's not optional. And we did, 25 years ago, we started doing ITS things and writing algorithms about demand response transportation. There was no smartphones and all that stuff. But we started recognizing that we were going to have issues with connectivity. So we started also requiring communication easements on buildings that are dedicated to the public transit. And what we've done is we've started to talk about data in a different way, because we don't have to walk into an apartment owner and say, "Hey, would you?" We say, "Look at paragraph 17, you're in. So let's figure out how to make you in and make it good and work for you." So to the human nature part of it and to the lifestyle part of it, our development community is our partner, and they have transit coordinators on site. We are having people approaching us saying, "How can we get this too?" And we don't say, "Hey, can we have your data?" What we say is, "Wouldn't it be great if we could figure out how to get your employees to different modes of transportation so they could get to work more easily? And wouldn't it be great if you did this and you reduced your capital cost to build a parking garage? And wouldn't it be great if you had the ability to tell people," I'm going to take a step back. I've said this to maybe not this group, but others. We did the first Uber pilot in the world, right? And it was the weirdest thing, because if you say to people, "Did your parents tell you not to get into a car with strangers?" Everybody says yes. And now that's what we do, right? So there are there's an entire generation of kids who are now saying, "I don't want to drive. Why would I want to drive?" And now that is the customer for this developer. Because the developer's not worried about who's going to be the first to move in. The developer is worried about, what's my cash flow over 30 years? And if the community and the community of communities are becoming less willing to do stuff on their own and like drive, then they can build into their marketing, to their branding. Listen, we'll give you your time back if you live here.
Yep.
And we've really been working on that. And we used to say data, and now we say, "Hey, customers."
Customer, yeah.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. And also, we think data and we just think numbers. I think one of the things that we ignore is the qualitative piece. The data is the perception from your customers. So focus groups, demo days, and getting the buy-in from your target group is important, because they're able to add color to the data that's present, to the numbers, and they're able to actually share experiences. So one of the things that we did incorporate with our deployment is active demo days. So we did we targeted the ADA community, the elderly groups, because there is a large public housing development in the historic Third Ward. It's called CUNY Homes, and they've been there for years. And that area is very, very active. We have people that come to our board meetings on a first name basis, And they are the boots on the ground, and they come back and report to us, and they tell us what the customers want. And so that's data, and that's the qualitative piece that I think sometimes we ignore. And one of the things that I've learned is that sometimes data can look however the person wants it to look.
Exactly.
And sometimes it may not be the most accurate, and the best way to get that accuracy is directly from the person you're working with in that community.
Phenomenal. So we heard this in terms of data is about measuring, gathering the insights, and taking actions. That's a cool acronym. I'm just going to say that. So we're wrapping it up. I have one question for all of you here. Perhaps you can think about that. You know, what we learned so far is great in terms of the technology and how it impacts and benefit positively transit. But moving forward, what do cities and transit agencies need to focus on? Right? We talked about partnerships, integration. We talk about data. We talk about upskilling the workforce to keep the service moving. We talk about policies and things like that. Right? So in 30 seconds or less, because they give me the number over there, can we just go through and talk about that, and perhaps we're really defining the program for next year?
I'll start with just continuing to innovate and move forward, taking advantage of all the resources that are out there, from consultants to technology companies to university research groups. There's a whole cohort out here who's interested, the digital twins, a lot of good things going on, and just keep innovating.
Love it. We're going to focus on, everything we're doing right now, but two things in particular. The first is we're going to really focus on the digital twin development to marry together transit and land use. Transit is worthless without land use correlation. But we're going to spend a lot of time on journey planning. We're going to start teaching our community, how do you connect the dots? That this isn't just our system, this is your system. And putting them in charge of their time. So that not only do they know when they're going to arrive, maybe a restaurant knows when they're going to arrive as well. So we're going to spend a lot of time on teaching people how to use technology to not just gain information, but how that technology can communicate to the destination they're going to.
And I would encourage that with transit agencies, we could provide a menu of options. It doesn't just have to be bus or rail. The whole point of innovation is to provide a multitude of services and a multitude of platforms for our communities, and I think we should focus on just providing a menu of options instead of just this or that.
Yeah, for me, it's going to be workforce development. If the technology is being developed and it's deployed and it works in the lab, it's got to work out in the field. And the first time that you run up to Bay Street and dare I say, the Jaguars lose the game, you're going to have people that are going to be unhappy, really unhappy, if the technology doesn't work, right? So the workforce development, having the technicians that are going to be able to support it, to keep it going, but also having that working with the workforce to transition those people that are in fear of losing their jobs. They transition to a new job, and we've seen that over and over as technologies evolve. So I see workforce development and the things that we're doing with JTA and MOU and internships and working with the union. I think that's just all key, where we ultimately we're going to have the autonomous vehicle degree in place. And the next step for us, quite honestly, it's going to be a national AV training center that I look to do with the wonderful partners we've got here in Jacksonville.
One last word?
Yeah. I would say for all of us, this is a call for action to help the regulator catch up to technology. That for me is the biggest challenge, and that is a call for action for all of us, because it will get faster. We will have an exponential growth, and with the agentic AI and the agents which help us to develop even faster, it will get to such a pace that we cannot lose anybody on the back of the tunnel. We cannot be in front and already miles away when the regulator is not catching up. Otherwise, our technology is worthless. So we need to work all together to help the regulator to catch up.
Phenomenal. So you hear that. We could have been here for 3 hours, but thank you very much. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. Great conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And thank you again.
I'll stay here.
You might as well stay here, sir. Before we wrap, we invite Mr. Braun back for closing remarks.
I thought I gave them already. So, Ned, can you please join me? So thanks very much for staying here and being with us. So we heard a lot of themes today and some words which I catched up. Let's change the world. The journey matters, which was great, right? It's never too late to innovate, right?
Never too late to
Never too late
innovate.
to innovate. And
Together.
we need exactly. We need to push it. Without partnerships, we are nowhere, right? And I would say that was absolutely fantastic. So we did a broadcast all day, right? Mm-hmm. So now it's up to you to tell us something, right?
Not
so,
bad.
okay, I did in my opening remarks, I mentioned we are here to learn, to innovate together, and to inspire each other, right? And to collaborate. So before I say something, Ned says something, maybe the audience, I don't know whether we have still microphones out there, right? The audience is telling us, otherwise I pick somebody, right? So you better make sure that you're on it. So is somebody in the room to tell us if you found a collaborator in this event?
That's a great question. Any new partnerships, relationships? Yeah, partnerships.
Yeah.
I see some of the business folks over there. They're going to keep it quiet to themselves.
Nobody, I mean, here's so many nice and good companies. So I'm sure there were some relationship. Maybe you have already signed an LOI or so, right?
Yeah,
so
non-competes, LOIs, all of that. So.
Anybody where you think to collaborate with? Okay, what about Innovate? Let me put it the other way. What inspired you? Or were you inspired by what today? Was there an inspiration? You say, oh, I never thought about that. So if nobody is saying something, I'm going to pick somebody.
Yeah, I think you're going to
You pick one, I pick one.
Okay. Well, let's see. I'll pick Kerry Stewart in the back there. She's going to give me back for that.
I just got here for the last session. So
don't think
sorry
I
was
wasn't
late.
picking on you because you got here a little late, but that's
Okay,
okay.
that's okay. That's okay. I can say it was a fantastic last session, and one of the things that I did learn that I think is very interesting was talking about the qualitative data. And having this fantastic technology is really great for all parts of our community, but what's really important is for us to never forget that we are doing it for a reason. These are mobility solutions, and they are people-centric, and that is what we're doing. So I think a lot of the talk there at the very end of the last session, I did see the whole session, but only the last one, I think that's important, and I know that's important. We get in these groups, and sometimes we think about innovation, we think about technology, we think about our own companies, but at the very center of this, we can't forget there's a human being that needs to get somewhere, and we are tasked with getting them there safely. So that's what I
Very
thought.
good. So can you pass the microphone? Can you pass the microphone to my friend Scott Belcher?
All right,
Scott, so come on. So what inspired you the most today?
I mean, the two things that inspired me the most is I'm always very impressed when I come to Jacksonville and to see the leadership that that JTA shows not only in their community but nationally. And the second thing that inspired me is I'm always pleased to be in an environment where it's an entire ecosystem, as Katie was talking about. It's not just academics, it's not just innovators, it's not just public sector, but it's the entire community. And we can only serve the public if we work as a community as opposed to individuals.
Very good, Scott. Thank you very much. So anybody else from on the inspiration side? Oh, on the left side there. No, we get your microphone.
The excitement for the fact that,
those who know me, I'm very bullish about, autonomous vehicles. It's here, from last year to this year, what we're doing for phase 1 and all of that. Two things, Frank from Altamont Springs, he mentioned about the fact that leadership or local leaders should not be afraid to innovate. You're going to get a feedback why you're not doing the parks, why you're not doing other things. But you have to see the bigger picture, and innovate and implement something like autonomous vehicles. And also the T-Mobile lady about the spectrum availability and all of that, because all that we're doing without communication, without the available spectrum, available 5G network or dedicated network, we cannot really implement a fully autonomous system. Are my two things.
Very good. Thank you very much. So anybody else then on the innovation? Oh, okay. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm from WGI, and one of the most valuable things was seeing my own company members here all in one place at one time, which kind of is odd for a transportation conference, but it shows you face-to-face is still what we're all about. And so moving people so they can talk to other people is still extremely important in this era of Teams. I also appreciated the digital twins because it gets a lot of eye rolls in the planning sphere I work in, and they did a marvelous job of saying, no, it's not this eye roll thing. This is exactly how it can work, so different departments can talk to each other using their own maps. And that was really valuable, and I'm going to steal it. So thank you.
Okay, very good. I guess we did a good job then, right? So that was the most. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, I think a couple of things. My name is Conchita Robinson. First of all, the cross-generational interest in this topic, the cross-generational solutions that are pointed out in the ACES brochure, and the fact that, and I think it may have been either yours or the Holland presentation that said back in 1900, where's the car in this picture, and then 13 years later, right, which says that this is not just a solution for our kids and our grandkids. This is something that we will all see.
Very good. Very nice. So again, this is exactly why we are here, right? To learn from each other, to inspire us, and then, of course, collaborate together. We are now this crowd of different areas, right? Industry segments, I call it normally. And we had the collaboration and we had a good discussion. That's exactly why we are here. So we're looking to continue that, Nat, I guess?
Yes,
right?
We'll be back here next year, but next year we'll probably be riding the Navi system as part of the actual visit next year. So looking forward to that. And again, it's just great to see all of you. I think, Conchita, you hit the nail on the head. The cross-generational population that's here. I think, Scott, you mentioned academia is here, the private sector, government, all of us coming together, and great things happen when people come together. This is a very challenging, transformative time in terms of transportation in the world, and we are living through it. And so it's got to be exciting, and at the same time, it could be somewhat challenging and tense. But in the end, we know the better we move people in our communities, the greater our communities will become. And so you're doing something that's very noble, and I thank all of you for coming and spending time with us here in Jacksonville as we march towards launching Navi in, 7 days? 7 days.
And good luck to you on this. And I'm also inspired by that we're doing here in the U.S. It's nationwide impact, and also to see what is happening in the rest of the world, right? We had from the beginning the theme go out of our bubble and not looking at the U.S.
That's how we got here, yes.
That's what we do globally, and I think also the people who are stepped up here and presented what is really happening on the global market. So it is happening. So that is fantastic. And again, next year we see each other, and then we have even more projects to talk about. And Ned, I wish you all the luck next week on the ribbon cutting.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. See you all. See you all next week. Thank you.
Good job.